This is the green one. Final destination, Buckner Station. Next stop,
The door's not open?
Arts District Station.
What's going on? Doors aren't open? I don't know, but I'm supposed to be getting out over there. It's the last 2 stops. I wonder if this is a tactic to keep people from going to that thing.
They ain't open doors back there neither. This sign might open. They don't open doors at that other stop.
That's what I'm saying. I'm supposed to get off.
I noticed that.
Yeah, A-guard.
That other sign might be good. Wait to see the other sign too. I know, but it's a 7 stop. They ain't open on.
Now arriving, Pearl Arts District Station.
No, I'm wondering if there's some kind of tactic. No, I needed to get off way 2 stops there at the A-guard station. So I got a long walk ahead of me. Yeah, well, it's not gonna stop it. Maybe we got better luck here. There we go. All right, right into the rainstorm. On the road. Looks like they got it blocking up this too. Alright, well.
It told me like.
No, I should have brought my suit. There we go. And like I said, this hat ain't shit. No, I swear that they did this on purpose. They said if you see anybody trying to get off over here, block the door. It's all on the video. Oh, that's assuming this thing's still recording. Bold assumption. This hasn't sucks. This is what happens when you have fashion people designing your clothes and not practical engineering people. Supposed to be, oh, this is light and it keep the rain out of your eyes, and it's like it won't. The other thing that sucks is there are no walk signal buttons. The whole time I'm going down. Oh, there we go. That's the only one I've seen so far.
Wait from Harvard Street at Bryant Street.
Yeah, whatever. Huh. Good song finally comes on and the damn thing. Oh, cool. So Brian turns into Pacific? I don't know. All I know is that this was the follow the train line and drops me off 2 blocks past where it was supposed to, in the rain. Thank you, sir. Thanksgiving Square. Well, I guess I inadvertently got a tour of Dallas in the rain. What's up, dogs? Man, I think I got turned clean around. I think this is the wrong way. But I mean, it's a rail line. There's only one way to go. I thought the rain would make you heavy enough, but apparently not. Yeah, like I said, this doesn't hold a candle to my pit helmet, man. That thing. Typical American engineering. Ah, that's good enough. Alright, let's try this again. 7 minutes late. Thanks.
Want a public hearing?
Yeah.
Still got you right. Oh my God. I don't.
What's going on here?
This is for the dark meeting. We have a line getting people in and signed up, and we just have so many people that we've had to double the line.
Good. Well, like I said, they
Good thing.
yeah, because I was here.
Yeah, but I don't think we've often seen this. It hasn't been in my years, and I don't think probably in 20 years since we've had this kind of output.
I mean, it was,
God bless democracy.
the weird thing is, I was here, and it was the door, and I was on the green line. It stopped here, and the doors wouldn't open. Then it went down to the next stop. The doors wouldn't open there. So then I went all the way like 2 stops over, and finally opened up, and I got out, and I had to walk in the rain back here.
Sorry to hear that, sir.
Yeah.
I have a stamp. This is the line.
Yeah. It's a fight. Good Lord. Cool. Well, I'm gonna get their floor wet, but they should have. I said I'm gonna get their floor wet, but they should have fixed their doors.
Well, she said the room is already full.
Wow.
They're trying to get in.
All right. I guess I won't be saying anything then. I won't be saying anything.
Well, if you want to say something, you got to sign this paper.
All right. We got folks from Strong Town here. Strong Town here. How many community groups?
Perfect, thank you.
No, they have one for that was
Oh, so that was at the Love Field Neighborhood Association. Fine with me. We'll set up on YouTube like this one. This is a 360 video.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. Make you feel like you were actually here.
No, I want people to understand. I put something on Facebook that said, hey, if you've ever had to rely on the bus, you need to support.
Right, exactly.
I have ridden the bus probably 20 years, but it was everyday occurrence. I had to go to college, wherever I was going, to the bus.
And I made the attempt. I did it in high school when I was going to a summer program, and this year I said, you know, it's my time to do my part as part of the environment, and let me see if I can save me some money and just see the city. And I got me an annual pass. And I came down on the rail, and like I said, this plan derails anything that I was getting ready to do. So, and then on top of that, one of the things that happens is every time they cut out the routes in the neighborhood, you get people trying to find, people will have to get where they have to get, and they're gonna go any way they can go. And so what starts happening is you got people driving cars that ain't supposed to be driving, people who are driving who ain't supposed to be driving. And that creates this, so.
Yeah, I understand, because I grew up upside down, so I rode the bus downtown, knew where I had to go.
In South Dallas, y'all gotta fight for everything. Howdy. That might be one of the board members. That might have been one of the board members.
What'd you say?
That might have been one of the board members.
Me and him was at the parking garage together, so
Oh, okay.
they should have told him where he was.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
Yep.
I don't have pets, I'm sorry, but if you want a free start, get out. That would be great. If you want to speak. If you want to speak. Want to speak? There you go. Want to speak? Want to speak? I don't have pets, I'm so sorry. Want to speak?
I get it.
Alright, take my gloves off. Gotta take my gloves off, man.
That right with them, huh?
I gotta write with the pen.
Tonight, raise your hand if you would like to speak tonight.
Okay, but you have a blue form.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I was wondering what you were Alright, let me point this upward so this poor guy doesn't get his personal information exposed to the wide web. No, the problem is this thing catches everything. Alright, we're gonna put that pen. Pocket over here. Yep, there it is. Of course you don't want to come out. Oh, there it is. Up on the screen. I can't bring my knife.
Do you need my ma'am?
You need an umbrella?
Yes, please. If you have a bag.
Let me go down here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sir.
We'll look that spot.
Thank you. You got a pen?
Yeah.
Ma'am, would you like an umbrella holder? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You're very welcome. You know, I'm all.
How did you? I was never really like solid.
Okay.
Hello.
Alrighty.
I wish train, the TRE. Oh, you did? That's where I went on the TRE.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, I'll be out there. I'm still at 9. Yes, okay, yes, that would be.
Huh?
Yeah, you have to keep them until they give you a number. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm at the dark meeting downtown. At the dark meeting. Dark meeting. Meeting for meeting for the
Public hearing.
public hearing.
For the 2026 proposal. Sorry, I was eavesdropping.
Yeah, because they get ready to raise the rates and stuff and get ready to cut out service. Yeah, greed, you know. They're not getting the pump, the funding from the government funding. Trump cut all this stuff. People don't want to use that's not it's crooked. I am a community relations rep for Irving, and I will. Anybody else want to come next week? And you're coming So, public speakers, you guys are cards, come with me. You're going to take each other off and share
If you're speaking, come this way. If you're speaking, come this way. You'll get in. If you're speaking, there's no.
I know. I may not be able to stay in time to speak today. I know.
That's fine.
already. You good? You good? Awesome. You good?
It's nice and
Amazing.
moist.
Good job, everybody. Great listeners.
You gotta get in line and get secure, but I'm still in line.
So we opened up a new queue just for listeners right here. If you're just okay, clear to my right. Follow me, sir. Right behind this gentleman right here.
Oh, that was nice
have
calling me a
your
gentleman.
comment card yet? I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. You got it?
I was using that term loosely.
Oh, okay. You need one? You good? You're welcome. You're supposed to be. Hey, Ben. Can you hear me?
Normally, employee training growth, but they usually get it overflow. There are other overflow rooms. I don't know if they've ever done.
Anybody want a water bottle?
No, I'm good. I'm carrying one.
Water bottle? You didn't make it down to the caravan back in October. You could go to right down there and you get to see it right. I'm there right here. You hear me? Yeah. They've been selling since we were look, we were doing this group in Cobra. And that's how we did it. No, I really did it very well. Well, see, they get the information out. People say, yeah, but some of them had this good interview. So I saw when I got down there.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Really trying?
We haven't been hearing before. No, this is the first one, so
So it goes somewhere else, doesn't it? You don't go straight there. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, don't feel bad. There's some that you had.
Supported or I haven't been to hearing like this, but I've like
You ain't what you used to be.
not usually.
It was faster than Flixbus, but in the middle of the night, they didn't go to the station. It was like a parking lot somewhere.
I mean, just generally, kind of generally, like, these are the reasons why I like the dark network access.
Yeah, that's the how I love it used to. Still,
These
it's
are
just another good way. And again, what kind of going with traffic?
anyone that's gonna park in certain modes, there's a best way they're going is frequency reduction on the train. So it's like standing in adjusting stations longer and easy to drive.
But you get close enough to downtown.
Yeah, it's $6.
considering what I usually see
See, it may be faster just to go in. You should work really back. There's a bullet on this side of. You over it? Yep. It's changing all the time, especially now. It's just like buying out routes. Oh yeah, they've been on cameras, man. It's still when you look at the schedule, it's either Flixbus or Greyhound or was convenient. In my case, it would be better to make, but they were over here in Seattle. So when we set a time, there's no bus station. So like I can park in line there, trying to like get everybody that kind of thing. So I just wait, talk to the right. Yeah, I can buy all kinds of way to move to the station. That's kind of convenient because it's right there at the dark station. So it was nice when the group was together when they cooperated.
However much it costs.
Are you familiar with the Shape Center? Have you visited them?
And that's the same thing that's like federally used.
That's
Like
important.
California.
I'm saying I'm 25 years. Well, you did start making serious people. And your brother had October. And he's been out like, you sit down to recovering the October. He did a presentation that Friday night. He's teaching young people. Yeah, he did mention.
Yeah.
funding class tomorrow. See that whiteboard over the corner? Those are all the routes. Those those are the routes and services that we do.
But the shit
Yeah.
because we have two locations in Louisville. Much larger.
Right,
See, a lot of people. And they move
Let's get you caught up to your friends here. Oh, did they? Do you have your phone with you? Did you go to your meeting? Came to Yarborough?
Oh, no.
It's always that time.
Number one brand.
I hate the way the few things set like where people. I remember I used to work that. I used to say, I'll say that you get to do all those things. I really did. I'm talking about life example. I really would just turn that out.
That's good.
Yeah, that's before.
This is a pretty
So class is so good now. You can ask the word
I
went to go to the He's so He's so
Saturday morning, I have to go in their space.
That's what I would wait. Yeah, so that's what I'm
No, we all just very comfortably stuff. They ask me
So we get people phone. I'm You know, ISIS program is coming out in September.
Fresco address. I wonder how much following
I'm probably from outside. She got Fresco
and Allen are in the network. Madison Transit Center is closed.
And the I really never got that all. And then there's all
Within 10 minutes. Boom, 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 boom.
Ain't nobody maybe West Hawaii, you know. It's just things other than Africa. Correct. This is only her
I mean, it kind of depends. The thing they're going through right now, they look at the like I know the corporate passes they're bringing up because in 2015 when they initially introduced them, it was discounted from regulating passes. Corporate fare nominal amounts stay the same, but the discount amount is getting larger and larger. So I know that's why they're increasing that. Paratransit and Gold stuff, they didn't go into as much detail. So I think it was, I know they want to kind of change how people look at paratransit as well. Most people are like a mini bus with things to go inside. Maybe it's
So they're forcing colonial subjects to use their old money, basically working for elsewhere. And all these Asians are getting ransom basically to France. And Asians are being one of them. So he's called it. And then it's not with that whole mindset of oh, it's yes.
I have never used to go because I just feel like it's
You may look at your view,
But that doesn't matter.
like yeah. My brother lives in New York.
okay, yeah, so you know what the sister's right, but what she wants to learn, she wants to coach. And she had told me, what she was still and they were to meet at Keenan's house. She was making Keenan's two parts still house.
Did you see that hand on his gimmick?
Yeah.
So a lot of people would be coming to the meeting. It did dogs. You have children. Your brother and sister. What's his name? I got some good stuff on that. I need to wear some stuff. I did who walked down. Thank you over there. There's two of them. But that Rico thing, you know, that's what I hope he knows. Sweeping
Right here.
condemnation.
Is this your phone?
I don't know why. It's your must stop. What's that? The city about the bar. Other side of town. Got one block.
Sorry. Let me know if you want me to cut you out. Probably cutting out this whole section.
Step back through. Cover your phone. Arms up. Yes. Yeah.
Howdy. Okay, so before we begin, I have this on me. Can I leave this with y'all? Okay, so because I need that back because I go through a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, just come back.
I got a lot of gear here, so let's go ahead and. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Try to get as much as I can. I got cameras. Let's see, how do I do this?
Are they allowed to bring audio equipment in? Personal? That's the only issue.
I did last.
That's one of the German ones.
They let me come to the last meeting. I had all that.
Okay. Alright, so until I get an answer, we're gonna have you to the side to confirm it, okay?
Okay. That's my dog tag. Keys. Alright. Ready?
The watch. Hello. Is that a Fitbit on the other side?
Yeah. Recognize it, huh?
Yes, sir. Let's go. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna do this. I'm gonna allow you to grab your belongings, but please do not go inside. Stay right here until I get confirmation that you have the boarding audio devices.
It won't take me that long to put all this back on.
Yeah.
Oh, do y'all need it?
No, hold on to that. They'll tell you what to do with it, okay?
Okay.
Follow me. Come around as it touches, okay? Good. There you go. The rest of your belongings is right here. Perfect. They're full inside?
Down here, yes, but he can come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, are you go straight? He's gonna guide you around the wall to the left. I already know it's your boots already. See it from all the way. Okay, come on. It's your boots. It's around the laces. There's metal.
You're clear. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Is it bringing the
Bars.
Okay.
See it turn red? That's how you know it's metal.
Okay.
All right, grab your ball.
She said it.
But he can go in?
She said
All right, cool. There you go. Got it okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
There's an escalator going up for you to register. Okay.
Still have to check for something.
And do you know if they're gonna run the trains late because of all of this?
I believe so.
I hope so. Because I got a long walk ahead of me otherwise.
Cover it with your hands? Yeah.
Yes.
Try and cover both.
We gotta stop right here. Oh, okay.
Can. All right, so I'm gonna do a quick one. Come forward, arms up. Check the waistline. Remember? And then you have flat bucket. All right, I'm still checking your waistline. Still checking your waistline. And that down below. And down below. All right, good. Thank you. Grab your belongings. Thank you. Now. So I'm going to just put your items right here.
Yes, sir. If you want to
Take your
go around
belongings
the
to the
corner,
truck.
go up the escalators, there's seating at the atrium at the top.
Atrium.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, there's the wavy gravy guy that was there for the last meeting. I have no idea if I'm getting anything or not. I just know that it is. Probably shouldn't have been adjusting myself while I was. All right. Amateur photographer would be too kind. Do the camera.
Before we start, can we let the people who are standing fill in the spaces instead of letting them stand? There's seats that are vacant that they can sit in. Okay. But my name is Council Member Lori Blair. I am the newly appointed council member for District 8, the most southern district in the city of Dallas. I'm coming here appalled. I actually had something written, but I'm coming and speaking to you from my heart. I am appalled at the fact that DART is willing to take the most growable area of the city of Dallas and discontinue services. In my district, I have Cleveland Riley, which you want to completely abandon. I have Paul Quinn College, who you have someone sitting here representing, that on the board that represents Paul Quinn College. I have UNTD, I have the Inland Port, I have Pastor Freddie Haynes and one of the largest churches in my district. I have Antioch, full gospel. And guess how the residents get back and forth to church on Wednesday and Sunday? They don't always drive because you want to take the car. City wants to take the cars away, so they get on the bus. One thing DART does not do is travel east and west. When I was a council member and when I was a commissioner sitting on the CPC with Mr. McGregor here, he would hear me fuss about DART not traveling east and west. You only travel north. And in my district, 54 square miles only has one DART rail line with 2 stops. That's all we got. And you want to discontinue services to an area that needs you the most. And as we grow and we put in multifamily and we put in, and we put in new retail, how are people gonna get to retail if we don't have a bus and we can't get a car? How are we gonna grow the market?
Senior pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church in the district of Councilwoman Lori Blair and State Senator Royce West. I'm standing here because I too am not just appalled, but I'm heartbroken because following our leaders, they recognize like you that real leadership solves problems and serves people without creating more problems than we solve. And what you're proposing right here takes problems on the backs of those who are already oppressed, as it were, by a system that denies opportunity and start casting for what I call politics like freedom. Everything is politics basically reinforces oppression and is downright cruel. I'm asking for you to have empathy. Empathy like I tried to have last week of driving. I see what was senior if I switch to the Texas rain is about to come down, I could not let her stay there. And so I gave her a ride. She gave me her testimony, and my conclusion was, by the grace of God, there in God, I'm simply asking you to marry good business decisions. Politics of everything. Politics of everything. And business decision basically says
It feels like that scene in Beetlejuice where you go 177. All right. Is that prime? I think that's prime number. I think it's a dog in prime. Sorry, it's a little moist.
No, here, okay. Did you sign in right here? 177 for me?
You did sign in. You took the book out already.
Uh-oh. That's fine. You can sign in next. All I need is proof that you were here.
You never said sign in.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah, sure. You betcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dartmoor, for the opportunity. My name is Harrison Blair, and I represent the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. And we were also in Austin. They made us wait until 2 a.m. to speak, but we waited because we thought that transit was so important to economic development. And let me just say, the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce does not support any service cuts to the services in the Southern Sector. First and foremost, it's bad business playing in the faces of your most loyal customers. People that you've depended on and have depended on you. Don't break this symbiotic relationship. And dare I remind you, the pair of services that really take people who are disabled where they need to go are critical. People rely on those in all the different districts that they spend this Dartmoor schools and the region. Dare I say we have the 2026 World Cup coming to Dallas. How do we be able to support one match that's worth as much as the Super Bowl? We have 6 of them if we cut services. We need more, not less. Thank you.
Excuse me, Richie,
in social justice work in history. I will be brief and just remind us of our responsibility as a pastor. The book of Matthew reminds us, and I know we live in a society that's big on goats, but Jesus divided the sheep and the goats, and when it boiled down to it, he reminded those who thought that goat meant the greatest of all, reminded them that you need to be like a sheep, and that is to be a servant to others. And what Jesus said to them, because they wanted to know, well, why have you excommunicated us? Why did you put us over here? And he said, when you did it to the least of them, you did it to me. And he said, he asked the question, who is the least of them? And he said, those when you didn't go to the prisons, when you didn't go to the hospital, when you didn't take care of those that was home, you've done it to me. And I just want to promise you for this evening and this evening,
$1.8 billion. The Silver Line construction alone costs over $2 billion. How does it make any sense that we're giving money to them when the Silver Line isn't even done? And that doesn't even include operating money. It doesn't make any sense. So we need better frequency, better service, means better reliability. So bus breaks down, next one comes. It's fine. Don't have the mental headache or checking the schedule. We need better frequency, not worse. Thank you.
I've been asked if you could get more individuals to fill these seats up. Is that possible? We have a number of out there waiting. Okay. My name is Simon Ramsey. In 2018, community-based organizations and South Dallas residents established what is now known as the South Dallas Fairport Transportation Initiative. In 2019, the South Dallas Transportation Initiative, in collaboration with Texas A&M Transportation Institute, conducted a survey of over 200 riders to document the need for an on-demand curbside transportation service within South Dallas proper. The need was well documented. The survey caught attention to the lack of service for us who live in South Dallas Fairport, precluding residents from getting to the grocery store, pharmacy, the bank, gym, the doctor's office. South Dallas Go Link is critical also for our students. Within 3 months, the sustained use of the South Dallas Fairport Go Link increased from 20 rides provided within a week that were requested by 6 to 8 people to over 350 rides provided each week to over 60 people. The usage numbers remain strong, increasing the amount until a second Go Link was necessary. And now you're considering the elimination of such. And now you're considering the exploitation and abuse of poor people and working class people. Once again, those who have the greatest need are overlooked. Once again, those who have the greatest need are not served. We demand accessible, equitable, and affordable service for those who have the greatest need. Thank you very much.
Is Tyler Wright been up here? Or are you Tyler Wright? Okay, following you will be David Yacoubay.
Okay. Hello and good evening, board. My name is Tyler Wright. I'm a resident of Addison, Texas. The Alliance. On behalf of the community of riders I've been elected to represent, I want to speak firmly against any service cuts that are under consideration for any reason. But in particular, those set aside to fund the General Mobility Program, or GMP. Look, I understand the political situation the agency is in. Just recently, a few suburban member cities held the agency hostage during the last state legislative session. I do not believe that most of the board want to cut service to serve more selfish needs, but I do believe this GMP was an attempt to compromise with those that just tried to kill you. And it didn't work. You know what else didn't work? Their bill. I believe this is in large part due to energetic and vocal opposition that came from the riders like us. We showed up for you when it mattered most, and we'll show up every single time because we've got your back. Now, in the face of cuts that could be the biggest in DART's history, we're asking you to have our back. Don't bet on the GMP, bet on us. No cuts, no cuts. Thank you.
External Affairs Chair for data. Some board members have mentioned they don't want cuts to paratransit. However, as we heard clearly from the disabled community, cuts to fixed routes will negatively impact the community you wish to protect. High frequency will be the key to your success and will be important in defending yourself in the future. The silver line is coming. Its success, its utility to the connected cities will be crucial to alleviating claimed inequities for the given cities like Irving and Plano and so on. Creating high frequency connections to workplaces and DFW International will give you the ground to stand on in future legislative session. And a 5% GMP in 2 years will give DART a reputation more difficult to defend. People will forget the legislative and local political details of 2 years prior. They will see and hear of worsening service that is more difficult to defend than alternative solutions like improved frequency in services, a new silver line, TERS and other special development zones. This 5% GMP will not protect you. It will not protect you in the way you think. You will say it's compromise to the legislature, but the cities you're dealing with, they'll say it's not enough. I've heard no guarantee of ceasing legislation ceasing legislative pursuits if the GMP passes. You have no guarantee that this will protect you, so why vote for it? Thank you.
Alexander Dunn, followed by Jan Sanders.
Oh, Xander.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Dunn. I'm the secretary for the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. I just want to open up with I recently saw a figure actually just today from with the Urban Institute. DART is the only major city transit network in North America that managed to increase its revenue miles traveled from before the pandemic. It's a huge accomplishment, one of a kind in a country that has the likes of New York and Chicago in it. But with these changes, we stand to lose all that progress and more. We already heard it once tonight, a few speakers ago. Frequency is freedom. Let me say it again. Frequency is freedom. We are taking away our riders' freedom to move about the region as they need to catch that transfer, to catch that bus that they need to take to their doctor's appointment, to get to school, to get to their job. How is DART going to live up to its stated goal to be the top-of-mind mobility solution for the Dallas area when our buses and trains are coming only once every 30 minutes? Who is going to take a Silver Line or a TRE that comes only once an hour? And don't forget the fact that these cuts will disproportionately affect the south of Dallas, all to appease, or attempt to appease, the wealthy suburbs who want to steal DART's money to paper over their own political budgets. You're dooming yourselves to a transit death spiral that has played out all too many times, but you'll not be the only ones hurt by it. Your riders, everyone from the commuter to the student to the youth wanting to go downtown for fun to the elderly trying to get to their doctor's appointment for their health. Everyone will be left stranded by you in a region that is already far too hostile to see people seeking and needing an alternative to the automobile. These cuts make no ethical sense, they make no business sense, they make no political sense, they make no sense. You're going to hear it over and over again for everyone here tonight. From all walks of life, no caps, no cuts, no going backwards.
City of Rowlett, and I am here to state my opposition to the fare raises and service cuts. I oppose funding the GMP by service cuts because we shouldn't let DART riders suffer because Plano wants to take DART's money away from it. This general mobility program will effectively take out 5% of everyone's budget, including Rowlett taxpayers, and gives Plano and other eligible member cities 5% of that. Why should Rowlett taxpayers be given taxpayer dollars be given to Plano and given a worse return on investment? Why should disabled people suffer to give Plano a bailout? Why should all taxpayers in this room have to suffer because Plano wants more money? I
just not the case with that right there. Why should everyone in this room, Kabor included, all have to suffer because player wants a remake?
Ian Sanders, followed by Mark Kelso.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Sanders. I'm here on a slightly different note, but I support everyone who has spoken because paratransit has left a hole. It's personal, but I'm speaking on behalf of a large segment of the community. Giving up driving leaves a big hole in our independence. I have 2 minutes to try to convince you to reconsider the decision to cancel our Dark Rider Assist program. I know. It wasn't promoted, it wasn't championed, and now it's dying before it's been given a real chance for success. It fills a hole in the dark system. Paratransit simply does not fill the need that needs 24 hours ahead to schedule. Weekends, paratransit doesn't work. 24 hours to pick up a prescription, you can't do it. If you have an airport, last minute driving, night driving, Uber discount system worked. Shrinking budgets and inflation, retail Uber is unaffordable. You could get a $10 Uber drive for $3. $3, people. It worked. It worked. And most of you in this room didn't even know it existed because it wasn't told to you. You didn't even know about it. Please take this into consideration. I know. It could have pushed further even using Paralink, and you didn't even know about it. This community deserves to have options. Please take this into consideration. If it's a simple funding issue, you need to reach out to Uber or to Lyft and talk to them. It would be a great public relations coup for them. There's something called Uber Health. Uber and Lyft could make this do something for our community. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Just here supporting the disabled. We need this spontaneity to get to our appointments. We can't necessarily always get there and make the appointment with Dark Transit 24 to 48 hours out. We need more flexibility. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Mark Kelso, followed by Adrian Lewis.
Good evening, and thank you for the honor to chat with you. My name is Mark Kelso. In 2013 to 2016, I was diagnosed with cancer. Dark was my life to get out of the treatments, to my doctors, to my pharmacists, and several other things. Okay, you were my life. Fast forward to October 31st, 2023. I had a stroke. Again, I can't drive. Okay? I live in Addison. I use local services to get into the doctors and everything that I need. So life-saving things. Well, my kids decided that I was not stable enough to live on my own. I ended up blowing up with his son up in Frisco. There was no stress. And I quickly realized what I was lacking. Unable to spend time with friends, I learned different methods to see them, which is Uber, Lyft, and all those things. So your mission, we create best-in-class mobility experiences that help people, communities connect and flourish. When I lived in your area, I believe 100% approval. Your vision, your first in-mind mobility hub. Yeah, you were. live up to your mission statement? Do they live up to your vision? Do they live up to the strategy, especially Part B, to grow this into a world-class organization? Okay? I don't know how I can answer that. Living in Frisco with no services and hearing you guys can cut rent and increase in things. You're most critical people are those that have disabilities, and you're taking away services. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I am Adrian Lewis, a resident of Collin County and a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. If I had taken a car to come down here today, I would have spent 90 minutes staring at the back of taillights on 75. Instead, I took the red line. It took me 40 minutes to get here. But if the frequency on that red line is cut, and if the buses that connect to it are discontinued, I won't be spending my time here in downtown. I won't even be spending my money in Frisco on groceries. All that traffic on 75 is not going away in the next 2 years or the next 20. We need DART. We have a system that works right now. Don't pull the rug out from underneath it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sharice Booker, a resident of Dallas, Texas. I have been utilizing DART for a long duration from my childhood up to 44 years of age now. And DART has provided me adequate resources to get to what is to make that help my physical, mental, emotional, financial, and I'm asking for spiritual needs to be met as I'm requesting totally to be put in a set to be added to include churches within the community in the area, in their zone areas such as Mount Valley, Mount Creek. I'm asking for Dallas First Church to be added to that zone. I requested formally with DART, and they told me that it would be that they would have to review it and let me know, but they never got back with me. And we would need, I know we don't need services cut. We need more. We need to increase more services to help all citizens of our city.
Next speaker is Jackson Cantu, followed by Ryan Murphy.
Hello, how y'all doing, y'all? My name is Joshua, and I live in Arlington, Texas. The reason why I'm here today is because DART. I need DART. We need DART in order to survive. I need DART in order to live life. Without DART, we are stuck in codependency. I do not want to live in a world where I'm forced to let around a vehicle in order to make life work. I love that I can go on the TRE. I love that I can do life with public transit. I'm against the general mobility fund because we do not need to give 5% to a city that doesn't care about DART. They don't. I know they don't. They never have. Help the people in the city that cares about y'all. Even though I do live in Arlington, Texas, I'm talking for the people in my neighborhood that use y'all. I'm talking for the people that use their e-scooters and e-bikes to get on via Arlington in order to use your service. Do not cut TRE to 1 hour headways. We need all day 30-minute headways. We need all day 20-minute headways. We need Sunday services. We need holiday services. DART needs a ran every single day. Why is it not ran on Sundays? Life happens in the city on Sundays. We need more service for DART, MTRE, and Silverline. Thank you.
Jackson
Personally, I use DART to help offset the wear on my rapidly declining vehicle, and I use the light rail to travel to Plano pretty frequently. However, I'm here today to make comments specifically about the disproportionate changes to the paratransit program in the proposed service change. Although it might not have as high of a ridership as the bus and the rail system, make no mistake, this is not a small population or an easy write-off on a budget. Disabled people make up 20% of the population at least. DART has historically provided more than the ADA requires, and for many people, paratransit services are paramount for access and inclusion. This is not I'll wait a little bit longer for the next bus or drive more solution for disabled riders. It is a decision between, can I afford to go to this doctor appointment or this doctor appointment? Can I afford to get my groceries, get to work? It's also not a hypothetical. Just from the one nonprofit organization that I'm here with, 9 of our members will no longer live in the service area, meaning they will no longer be able to attend our program. Plano, which I know some board members here represent, is home to the first brain injury clubhouse in the state of Texas. That is what you are taking away, services from disabled riders. Our number one barrier to people who come into our program, I don't have a way to get here. I've spent time on hold with DART trying to find rides for users who have been left stranded, complaining about rideshare drivers who discriminated against our members, and yet I would still have this paratransit system than nothing at all. DART has the opportunity to be a model for paratransit services in DFW. Everything's bigger in Texas, right?
Okay, I was going to ask you.
Changes may need to be made to DART, but these changes will not be made at the expense of riders. Thank you.
Sure, it's Boring Dallas. Boring Dallas. Like, yeah, like these boring videos. No problem.
Is there a microphone in the house? Maybe not. Oh, here he comes. People have been jumping the line on you.
Yeah, I'm no everything. Believe me, I'm a lawyer. Doing right. I remember when I first drove up, y'all had the MCIs. Yeah. I've been riding around my life. I never rode a car or a truck. So, hey, now around up, I don't have no circuit other than that. And believe me, my family is way where the buses don't even go. So that the only one I go, before I go to Plano, then I gotta go meet one of them when they pick me up in a special van in my church. They live on the borderline. I remember when I had inside from that. Now, believe me, I've been in door around since I drove up. If you take away, they're gonna kill you. Now, no other transportation. They have seizures. They have a lot of stuff. You know? They have a lot of stuff. Yeah, I just gotta let you know what's down right now. That's all I gotta say. You have a nice day.
Thank you. My name is Richard Roth. I live in Central Plano with a 75075 zip code. I use DART daily. I use all the services. I am a 20-year brain cancer survivor and former planner for the city of Dallas. I am now unable to drive or walk long distances in extreme weather due to epilepsy, fatigue, short-term memory, confusion, and other issues related to brain injury. I'm a long-term member of the Brain Injury Network Clubhouse in Plano, where Jasmine Cantu is a staff member. I attend several times weekly because I am fortunate enough to be able to navigate non-paratransit dedicated transit services on a limited basis. Building has been an absolute game changer for me and a lifesaver. Fellow Clubhouse members use transit and paratransit daily. Some will have their access cut off now from building and paratransit due to their location and the increased costs from their distance-based fares. The fare increases may not seem like a lot of money, but Many paratransit users are on a fixed income and will see their transportation costs double. For instance, ADA customers that work daily and take trips for errands that see increased monthly costs on the order of $1,000 per month or more for work trips and errands, and much more if they venture outside the narrow 3/4-mile proposed fixed rate service area, especially if those individuals are using paratransit to get to work and other personal trips further from fixed rates. This reduction in the net disability income affects their ability and desire to work, and it will cause isolation and reduce community participation. I'm concerned about the increase in paratransit fares and reduction in the service area. Because you're proposing almost double the fare from $3.50 to $6, depending on the time of day. It can make it much more difficult to get to the doctor's appointment there. Please don't put additional burdens on our members with disabilities.
He's in the lower.
Good evening. My name is Miles Warren. I live near Garland. I now use Dodge once a week to go to that support was mentioned earlier. I used to use the bus and train regularly throughout the week, but these have changed. The proposed changes, I'm concerned because some people are not able to walk, and others need to walk farther, or some people who live here in that area is going to be not use service anymore, so they have to walk 2 miles, and that's ridiculous. They can't get from their house to the bus train stop and get to where they need to get by the time they need to do it. So you're kind of handicapping people all over. I am fortunate in that I live in an area that is not going to be harmed, but I have several friends who are being harmed because of service companies. I'm not happy to pay the extra fee, but I don't have a say in the matter, but that's good enough for me.
I don't know if Bernard Brown is here, but apparently no Bernard Brown. So I'll move on, and we'll do Brenda Obey. And she is, okay. Number 16.
And I have to say, go away from needed to the doctor and church and his children. That's how
33-year and 8-month. I will say what I would say on the 19th, directly to the paratransit in Richardson. But these taxpayers definitely not need to see price increase for more first-class dress codes. How many of these people even know their own teammates, 10 drivers out there? Do they? I don't see any of them stepping forth. You do not need to stoop as low as what Fort Worth became in my 13 years paying taxes over there. It got to the point that even coming to public hearings, I had to have an attorney because they did not want to hear this Yankee mouth going. If you'd like out of line when I say the service is not going to be cut, please, somebody take these keys in his locker on White Settlement, Fort Worth, by Clara tomorrow, 10-11. I want you to take these keys and burn every copy of the Bible in there across the American spotlight on national TV. Anybody want to take me up on that? Or do they just need to start to use common sense?
Adams, followed by Stephen Patrick. Shannon Adams, okay? By Stephen Patrick.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shannon Adams, and I've been riding dark since 2021. I live by myself. I also have seizures, and I'm dyslexic, among others. If I ride the regular dart, then I will end up having a heat stroke. I've already had one by doing that. You're putting all of us in danger by cutting rights out. By passing this, you are basically going to kill someone, or you're going to end up hurting them. Dark at the very end will be ending up hurting themselves. No one else. Dark will be hurting themselves, even though y'all think it's a good thing. I know a lot of you think this is a good idea to pass. Y'all have cars. We don't. You're literally cutting people out their dialysis that will end up in the hospital or dead if they miss one dialysis. My father is on dialysis. He can't even miss one. I can barely walk right now because I ended up having a surgery. I might have a pinched nerve and not feeling parts of my right leg. It's hard for me to even walk, even half a distance. I know this alarm's fixing to go off and it's going to drive me crazy. But the thing is, I'm a fall risk, and almost every single one of these people that rides dark. I live in Plano. Yes, Plano is being a very bad in it. God, I wish I never lived in Plano. I came from Oak Cliffs. So you cutting out the regular buses, you cutting out the regular dark hairdresser. Y'all live right now. I have to walk 2.5 blocks. I have a service dog that's in training. I have been cussed out. I have been left. I have been even canceled the rides without my knowledge. I'm also a student. You're cutting out people's education as well. UTD.
Stephen Patrick, followed by Brooklyn
is Stephen Patrick. I live in the Raleigh area. I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm representing several of my disabled veteran community. And I've been riding DART paratransit now for many, many years. And it was brought to my attention that we're going to go up from it's proposed to go up from $3.50. And where I live, it's supposed to go all the way to $10 a trip. A trip. And then you gotta come back home. That's another $10. That's $20. And depending on how far you have to go, it could be more than that. I don't have that. I served my country. I did the best I could. And I come back. I'm a disabled veteran. And now DART's going back up. They're making more money and they're making more cuts. Thank you.
Good evening, DART Board and staff. My name is Brooklyn Nguyen, and I'm a student at the University of Texas at Arlington and a resident of Murphy, Texas. Some of you may recognize me from 2024's Bike Tour Day event, where I won the DART Run bicycle. I bring this up because the astute of you will recognize that neither my home nor my work are within the DART service area. And that's my point. Every day that I attend class, I am inextricably connected to the cities that I transit through Plano, Richardson, Dallas, and eventually Irving. I watch out the window at the shops to patronize, restaurants to dine at, and places and parks to visit. Despite not being a member of any DART member city, my travels reflect the broader mission of this agency: regional connectivity. It has been previously established that some of the most vocal proponents of the service cuts are failing in this understanding and center their concerns on improving the travel that occurs only within a city's limits. As a commuter by way of light rail, the TRE, and my personal bicycle primarily, and secondarily in many bus routes, my entire means of transportation unravels under these cuts. Whether I'm going to a doctor's appointment, socializing with friends, or even the mundane act of grocery shopping, I am going by transit, not out of necessity, but of pleasure and want. I ask you now this: what next? What happens when the frequency of cuts drive away all riders except those who have no other choice, and you deride those who are left? Will you use the induced decline to justify further cuts when traffic on the roads continues to cripple rush hour and the suburbs continue to ask for more and more funding? What then? Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I would love to thank you for attending this meeting. Anyone who does not actually recognize me, I have been brought to several of these meetings because 2 years ago, I was one of the people who actually did the survey research of how to improve things in this city. And yes, I said, maybe we should increase the price just a little bit, but that means we also increase how many times the bus comes. That also means, and I'm going to say to everyone here, this is because we have increased our quality control. You go onto a train and you sit next to people who do drugs next to you. You go on the buses and people get on to say, I can't pay today, so they curse out the bus driver. They throw drinks at people. We need more quality control and increase the frequency of the bus routes and trains, because I guarantee you, if you don't, all the stuff I'm talking about that needs quality control, it's just going to increase more and more and more, because now you're actually hurting the people who are paying to pay. And who here needs more time in the sun to get your voice. Thank you.
Miss Rank, followed by Liam Crowley.
My name is Miss Lynn Ray, ID number 158692. I am, or should I say was, the ambassador for Dark Paratransit. Transdev called me, I didn't call them. They thought they had the puppet on the string. But the only thing I keep telling people that I have a value is my integrity. And my dad always told me, and I believe everything my dad told me, if a man does not possess integrity, they are not to be trusted. I agree with everything that everyone has said so far. And I want to say this on my behalf personally, which it applies to everyone else. But I agree with about the not to increase the fare. Because as you can see, I'm disabled. None of us are perfect here. And I'm going to speak about me. If I was perfect, I would not have 44 medical diagnoses. If I was perfect, I would have had to give up my car. If I was perfect, I sure would not be taking Dark Paratransit because I wouldn't even recommend it to Satan himself and the angels. If I was perfect, I would be would be running Dark Paratransit with a team of people that possessed integrity. I've heard what people said about the people on dialysis, and this is people's life that's in jeopardy. They could die. I have had but neighbors died. I have had knowing people personally that died. I will not be riding back with Tony, the driver, because he did not go protocol. He did not lock me down when I got on the van. He arrived at my apartment with an attitude. He went over every bump, and you know how the streets are downtown. He was driving reckless to me, he was. And if I have to drive this all the way to Hampton and 67, my chair, if I would, so be it. And I will leave with you again. 2 Chronicles 7 and 14 says, if my people which are called by my name would humble themselves and try to fix it, someone help me get my paper. Would humble themselves and pray and turn their wicked ways, then God will forgive. I will forgive their sins and heal their land.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I still
Liam Crowley, followed by John Allen.
Good evening, my name is Liam Crowley and I live near Centerport Station. As you've heard and will continue to hear tonight, these proposed cuts are nothing short of disastrous. Having the frequency of the tier of the hours is absurd. I would just need to have community service improvements. But instead, providing us to keep aware of it. I'm going to choose another video on Saturday, and I'm sure you know that if you've ever supported this.
I figured there would be a leak somewhere. Hey, I'm sorry, sir. What were you saying?
130 to 150. Almost.
Yeah, I'm way off.
139.
You recording
Wait, yeah, sure. I'm about to put it up on a video blog out on YouTube.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
What was your blog?
Boring Dallas. Boring Dallas. Like I'm boring.
Oh.
Yeah. Like this is not going to be exciting at all to people. So. Yeah. Good luck to you, man.
All right, you too.
Oh, no, I'm just been watching the TV.
Ham radio antenna in the back so I can monitor the local repeaters distractedly. It has a Viva Trilingual bumper sticker on the dented front bumper and a Texas State Park sticker in the back. It gets 18 miles per gallon on a good day, and the registration is out of date. I'll fix that, I swear. The mark of a good transit system is when you can walk to a bus stop and confidently get where you're going without having to plan your whole day around it. A missed train should not derail your whole day. The plans on the table are not sound transit policy. I'm sure you all know that by now. If you reduce the frequency on the DART system, you can look forward to sharing the road with my junk bucket, countless other beaters, jalopies, clunkers, and rust buckets. No cuts, no caps. Thank you.
Exactly right.
Hi there, my name is Madison McNair. I'm chronically ill, disabled, mentally ill, and neurodivergent. I use multiple different mobility aids to assist me in getting around and cannot drive or use the typical city bus system. I'm a native Texan born and raised in Dallas, and I'm an accessibility advocate who has worked directly with our Parks and Recreation Board to make our parks more accessible. I have multiple genetic conditions causing almost all of my body systems to be affected with over 25 diagnosed conditions. And I have to go to multiple appointments a week for life-sustaining and life-saving medical care that I would simply be unable to attend if you shirk the area service for the paratransit system or charge more. The sidewalks in Dallas are in such disarray and disrepair that I cannot even go a mile from my house in my wheelchair without having to go into the road to reach my destination. Our sidewalks are simply not traversable, meaning we must rely on DART to reach our destinations. I cannot use the typical DART bus system due to the accessibility to reach the bus stops or the bus themselves being inaccessible. I also have symptoms for a brain injury causing confusion, memory loss, and lack of coordination. For every chronically ill, disabled, mentally ill, neurodivergent, low-income, and working-class residents, and every other person in our community who rely on DART for our appointments, our schooling, our shopping, frankly, for everything we do, please do not implement these changes to the paratransit system. It will make our lives even less accessible and equitable than they already are if you do these. The marginalized communities in our city will begin to face even more obstacles and challenges if you do this. And in closing, I would like to say, to promote equity and inclusivity, you must also be prioritizing accessibility and affordability. No caps, no cuts, no changes.
Senator McNair, followed by Jade next.
Thank you, Board, for having us tonight. My name is Heather McNair. I'm a mom to 3 disabled adults, also their primary caretaker, none of the 3 can drive. So they are dependent on these, the paratransit and the bus system as a whole to be able to get from point A to point B. One of the biggest things that we advocate for when we have kids or relatives that have a disability is for their inclusion in the community. That's what it all boils down to. These people have amazing things to contribute, as you just saw my daughter. They have amazing things to contribute. They won't get that opportunity if they don't have a way to get from point A to point B. They're mostly living on we're not even talking about a fixed income, we're talking about less than $1,000 a month. If you guys go up to $6 per ride, for somebody that works 5 days a week, you're looking at 25% of their income would be going to transportation. They can't do it, and so then they can't work, or they can't go to school, or they can't go out and see the other people in their community and be able to give back to them. I also want to just give a huge shout out to every single person that came tonight, but especially our disabled friends. Every single one of them, this is a huge effort to make it out to something like this, to sit and wait to speak. And I hope y'all know and can recognize just how incredible it is that every single one of them are here and they're just fighting for their ability to be a part of every day, just like we all do, and all we all tend to take for granted sometimes. So thank you for your time.
That I live transplant, I live in a poor area that is on the early side of gentrification, and I see seniors with limited mobility going to doctor's appointments, the working poor with limited income going to work, and friends of mine choosing to uplift themselves by going to Dallas College for school. These friends and neighbors use DART Go Link and DART buses quietly and reliably. Without DART, the demand becomes much higher for neighbors to be neighborly, to adjust schedules, pick people up, and drop them off. Not only do friends feel like an inconvenience for asking for rides, but they lose autonomy in the process of asking. Not to stereotype, but I found that those who grew up impoverished, for them there's often an unspoken dignity in being able to go somewhere to better your life, like a doctor, school, or work without strings. I've also found in my commitment to my church that very few wealthy people are able to sacrifice their time and resources to reliably serve others. This is precisely where DART is needed. Without DART providing access to basic human needs, the neediest of areas become less able to stabilize, posing more of a threat to a region that's already facing housing instability and the associated issues. Meanwhile, my role in the town of Addison, an area that's largely stable but needs reinvestment, is to manage the planned growth so that our town continues to flourish. As you know, our TOD relies on DART as its anchor. Whether the system is used for survival or enhancement, the positive impact is enormous. I'm here to state my opposition to the service reductions, particularly air transit and GoLink, and ask that you maintain service in the highest need areas like South Dallas. Thank you.
I'm a blue-collar worker living in East Dallas. Like so many other working-class people across North Texas, I depend on DART on a daily commute. The changes proposed for the General Mobility Program would be an assault on the most vulnerable and the most structurally disadvantaged in our society. The increase in paratransit fares, the elimination of bus routes, the elimination of the South Dallas Coping Zone, the reduction of light rail and bus frequency, each of these will produce nothing but more pain and less opportunity for those already pushed to the margins. And for what? The privileged few of Plano, Irving, or cities will not be satiated by a 5% cut. Their petty sense of agreement will not be quelled by this program, for what they see is the total elimination of any public service, which primarily benefits poor and working class people. At a time when all such programs are coming under similar attack at the state and federal levels, you, the members of the DART Board, must stand up for working people by rejecting any and all cuts. To fail to do so would make you complicit in our continued immiseration. Thank you.
Followed by Candace Watts. Candace Wicker.
First of all, I can see by the way that we were treated in terms of the wheelchair accessibility for us to even get into this room.
What are all the bathrooms around here?
Yes. And we were taken out before, and it's not right. So when you do these types of meetings where
Follow
you
you?
know the public is going to be here, don't
Follow you or just
okay? Because 5 years ago I was
Did you go downstairs and see?
No, I didn't check. I just I figured that y'all would know exactly where. Okay.
There's a spirit of dismissiveness when it comes to certain people that work within your staff. I have experienced it tonight. I have experienced it tonight. I have to see how I get to the election.
Oh, it's right here. Thank you. I don't think the world needs to see this.
Originally went up to $3.50, and now you are proposing a $6 fare. That's unbelievable. I live on a limited income, and if this fare goes through, I simply won't be able to afford to use our current transit anymore. I'll be forced to find another way to get around, which is extremely difficult. Please reconsider this increase. It puts too much strain on our riders like me who depends on this service to live our daily lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I am Dr. Sharon Brooks, President for the Dallas NAACP. I come before you this evening, first and foremost, to let you know that we're in direct opposition to the increased fares and the reduced services. I would like to impress upon you as the board to please reconsider and rethink. Let's do this from a business acumen standpoint. And by that I mean, let's put people before politics. These people that are here, especially the disabled, it took a lot for them to get here. And a lot of things that we take for granted, they have to go through so much. The vulnerable, the disparities. As we talk about southern sector of Dallas, the disparity, the most vulnerable. How do we get to the better paying jobs if we do not have transportation? The city approved $546 billion for K-Bain and Hutchinson. We're expecting people to come here, yet our transportation, if it decreases, we're doing the city and ourselves a disservice. So I ask you, please reconsider and think more about the people than we think about the politics behind it. I thank you, and I yield the result of my time back to you. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Brandon McDonald, and these fare changes will affect my life greatly. Because right now I go to see friends on paratransit, and that's gonna cut out what I do, and I'll have to pick which activities I don't do and which activities I do. And it's not right that people are on a fixed income and you're gonna come and take half their income to
Dallas fans.
T.R. Hoover? Is there a T.R. Hoover? No.
Somehow you got a bullhorn and you still too quiet.
We're looking for numbers 151, 165. 151 and 165.
I was excited when I first found out that service was offered to all individuals with a disability that hindered us from catching the bus or rail system. The service area was broad and the road was good. Most of us ride paraphrasing or seniors and any person with a disability. Most of us are on SSA or SSI, which means a fixed amount that does not change until the next year. Only if the government decides to give us a raise. Everything has been increased except our income. Then if they decide to give us a raise, then our Medicare insurance costs increase also. So if Dort Transit has increased it offers up to $6, then now our service area, that is not helping us, period. Then we will have to pay more for less service, which is not going to help Dort Transit to make more money off of us because we will no longer be able to afford to ride to the places we need and want to go to, including church for some of us. You gave us freedom to be independent, and now you just want to snatch our independence away and leave us isolated in our homes again and want us to be happy about it. Well, we are not happy about that at all. So please consider us, since this service was created for us. Help us help you. Thank you for your service.
Diane Clark. I called it Denver Brightman.
Hello, Dora. I'm back again. I am so glad to let you know my report on the last time I was here. Y'all been working. The issue I had with the Goodwill and the Fairway, your staff been working. They got it taken care of. Not to mention the bus stop in South Dallas. They did. I was amazed to receive a call. Hello, this is Dora. I said, I was shocked, but I am so happy that y'all are working. I know y'all working because the last time I was here, I was #1. Look over here. Your staff is working. All these people came here. Y'all been working. I'm so happy. But let me tell you why I'm here. I'm back again in South Dallas. I live in South Dallas. I looked at that map. Why y'all continue to mess with South Dallas? Sunny South Dallas. We need all of you. I challenge each one of you to get on the bus. Just get on it. Get on number 109. Call GoLink. Come with me. I'll pay you $3. And see what those drivers are doing. They're doing an excellent job. Those men, you put 2 GoLinks in our area, they come out, they treat you like a queen. Do you want them to lose their job when they're picking up 15 to 20 people a day? They are so wonderful. They come down and take that ramp down for me. I don't want to walk to the next bus stop. You took 2 buses out of the community. I don't want to have to walk 5 more blocks. Some of us cannot do that, but we love GoLink. Remember when y'all took those 2 buses from our area? 75, right there. 75223. You cut the buses from us and told us to walk 5 blocks. How do you know we can walk? But anyway, last thing is I want to see a bumper sticker on the bus. We love South Dallas. I want to see it on one of the buses. Number 23 will be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we get out there soon because Dora rides till midnight.
Deborah Brigham here? I've called that name a couple of times, maybe I pronounced it wrong, but is there a Deborah Brigham? There she is.
Hi, it's Deborah Brigham.
Okay.
My name is Deborah Brigham, and I am just asking you to reconsider the rate hike. This week I will be on DOT 4 times, and then the rate hike went to that was $48 for me to pay for 1 week of going to the doctors and coming to this meeting. But sometimes I have to go to the doctor at least 3 or 4 times a week. I don't take dialysis. I just have so many specialists that I have to go to because of my different illnesses. And I'm just asking you to please think about not just the people in South Dallas and the students, but the seniors that are in my category and we're disabled and we're in wheelchairs and we need DOT paratrans. Thank you.
Alvin Owens, Elvira Owens.
Alvarine, A is an apple, L is a victory, A-R-E-N-A. A is for N, last name runs with us. Some people think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. But what's good for the goose is not good for us. It's not good for us. Damn the gander. Damn the gander. And I'm speaking for those that have gone before me this evening. And I'm gone and speaking for those that couldn't make it. I was told when I moved to Dallas, downtown, that this was going to be the New York City. But New York City has that transportation. They have neighborhoods. They have families. They weren't moved from farms to come up to the concrete jungle. They're not isolated. And I don't know if we have a sociologist in Dora or the psychologist in Dora, but they're talking about isolation. It's killing people. We have people right now, they're saying life or death. This is really life or death, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Life or death, and give us some respect. Some people are saying it doesn't make any difference. They've already decided. Have you? Have you already decided? Give us some respect, is all I'm here to say this afternoon. Give us some respect, and just like we have seen on television and wherever you've been, if you've been on the jury, that's what you're doing today. You are deciding whether or not these people sitting in this audience and the people that they represent are going to have life or death. You will be deciding whether or not they will have the death penalty. Yes, you are. And I'm sorry not to modulate my voice. But somebody's got to speak for these people. Somebody's got to speak for them. And I prayed before I came before you, please God help me to say the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart. So this,
Thank you. Thank you. Kenneth Newton, followed by Ian Rodney.
I'm speaking to you as a New York City client transit.
what you're doing is transit 101. You are cutting a service. I'm speaking into it, sir. I know. Don't try to slow me. You are raising the fare, you're cutting the service. That's basic transit 101. What I'd like to know is, when you start your three-quarter service area, are you going to be on time? Because the buses then should be stolen all over each other. I shouldn't have to wait till somebody tell me, well, your ride is late. Okay? And with these fares that you're coming up with, I want to know whether I'm going to be paying $12, $20, or even maybe $32. Okay? Because I was here before and I tried to talk to you people about the ADA when nobody wanted to listen, but I see you do know about the ADA. That is where you're allowed to raise this fare. Whatever that, you don't know nothing about the ADA when it comes to these people being late, picking somebody up, or canceling their ride. But you do know about it because right here is the topic guideline that DOT is in. So once again, are you going to start abiding by it? Because I've been in touch with Washington. You might know the name Mary Beth Manica, because she's waiting to hear from me about this right now. So get your act together.
Thank you. Ian Rodney. And Ian Rodney. Maybe pronounced that incorrectly. What do you think? Linda Stanford. We'll come back to that.
My name is Linda Stanford, and I've been riding DART exclusively for 18 years. I realized back then that I was a bad driver because I was a scared driver. DART was there for me to ride instead, and everyone's been better off as a result. I'm here to speak about the 3-hour pass. I've been retired for 1.5 years now. The 3-hour pass costs fully half of the day pass. You only get 3 hours. That's not fair. It takes a long time to get from your destination by bus and train, and sometimes then feet to get to where you're going, do your business, and turn around and go back the same amount. For most of us who use those shorter passes are retired and on a fixed income like me, or other poor, under low-income persons. We need 4 hours minimum if you're going to charge us $1.50, $3 if you're not 65. 3 hours is not fair. No other big city that I've researched charges that much. So aside from frequency and cutting services, which you should not do, you need to think about the fare and who you're hurting. You're hurting your most vulnerable and those that can least afford it. Thank you.
This one more time is Ian Lodney here. All right. Next speaker is Jeff Ulrich. Or Ulrich.
Jen Ulrich. Howdy. I want to know, why are we having this conversation? I grew up in Houston. DART was one of the reasons I moved to Dallas, and it blew my mind away. I love this institution. It is a crown jewel of the state of Texas. It's grown my community, my culture. I've been able to network and make friends and go to shows and cultural events throughout the city. I go up to Las Colinas for conventions and the concerts, and then I also go up to Plano. Vienna Cafe is quite wonderful, downtown Plano. I think we've noticed that this GMP is not going to appease Plano. They went behind you and continued down to Austin to present legislation to completely gut this agency. They've foregone the votes and taxpayers of everyone in this agency and Plano's own constituents. Their taxpayers, all these taxpayers, have poured money into this system for the silver line in every rail and bus in this system, and they went behind all of us to Austin. I want Matt Shaheen to come down here and see our neighbors that rely on this system. Because he's mentioned in 2 years' time, he will present legislation once more. This GMP does nothing. It guts a system that has allowed us to live our lives, that we rely on and is wonderful. It has allowed me to go where I please and live my life, as well as everyone here. I stand in solidarity with our neighbors and especially the people of Plano who have not brought this to a general vote. If you want to leave DART, give people of Plano a vote. Otherwise, do not go behind our backs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Annie Sable, followed by Cecilia Wagner.
Good evening, DART Board and staff. My name is Hyacinth Salo. I'm a resident of Irving and a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. First of all, I'd like to congratulate DART's board and staff for the truly exceptional accomplishment of being the only transit authority among serving the 25 largest cities in the United States that provides more bus and train service today in 2025 than it did in 2019. This is a monumental accomplishment, and I think you should feel proud of yourselves. However, I'm disappointed to see these cuts proposed today because they represent a massive step back from that accomplishment. I have two major concerns. The first is that I'm strongly opposed to cutting frequencies on evenings and weekends. This is when I typically ride DART, and a half-hour frequency would make it difficult or impossible for me to, go about my business at these times. For example, going home after this meeting tonight in the rain. I'm also strongly opposed on principle to the General Mobility Program, or at the very least, funding the General Mobility Program by cutting service. What this does is it takes resources that currently go towards serving the working people of the entire region, not just Dallas, but Irving, Garland, and all the other member cities, and uses them to subsidize low property taxes on mansions up in Plano. This is a horrible use of DART's very limited budget. So, to sum up, no weekend and evening cuts, no general mobility program not funded by service cuts, no caps, no cuts, no going back. Thank you.
Cecilia Wagner, followed by Natasha Randolph.
Good evening. My name is Natasha Randolph, and I've been my daughter since I was 12 years old. And how y'all going by? That's how I wait till I go work. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, leave my house at 4:30. And where y'all going, I ain't gonna have nothing, cause I live in Red Oaks. Red Oaks got one bus, and I gotta take that bus all the way downtown, catch a train, catch another bus. And when y'all do that, y'all hurt us. It's bad enough y'all don't have buses in the city like Grand Prairie, Arlington, Garden, everywhere. So y'all need to think about, just not y'all need to think about the world. Cause it's already bad enough. We got yummy buses. These people bought us and everything. And I just want y'all, let's pray on it. Let's give it to the Lord, cause I catch traffic. I just like these people in the wheelchair. I am disabled. I can't even drive. My cousin got to take me all the way to my door. So come on, y'all need to pray on it. I'm not just doing for dark. I do it for everybody. Everybody in here, y'all see by dark every day. Come on, let's do it. Let's make the world better. Don't hurt the world, make it better. Thank you. And this is for me.
Okay, everybody. Big room upstairs.
Deborah
They're saying move everybody downstairs. I don't know why they gave him a bullhorn. He can't talk into it.
Downstairs are on the down escalators are over there.
There's a volume control on there.
Yeah, that's as high as it goes.
All right. Yell into it.
Appreciate y'all coming out. It's a nice speech. Appreciate a nice speech, man. All right, appreciate y'all coming. All right, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate y'all coming.
Oh.
Appreciate y'all coming. You're going to sit on the left. If you're not speaking, sit on the right.
And if you're just listening, sit on the right.
This perspective?
No, on your right.
On my right.
Yes.
This one.
I have somewhere that
If you're speaking, you're going to sit on the left
it's
side.
like in
If
Play-Doh.
you're not speaking, you're going to sit on the right
My
side.
name is Scott, and I'm here against the General Mobility Program, especially involving the service card.
Do you mean the left side? No, the left is going to go to the back.
So I currently live in Carrollton, work in Richardson, and I would like to take DART to and from my work commute. And I've done so at the expense of time. My current commute, for example, is 30 minutes by car, but I'm willing to give up a little bit to take two buses for an hour and 15
He was saying sit left and right, but he didn't mean left or right on the screen, or you're going to speak in?
I could find myself
side, and then we'll call the numbers.
missing the bus like I had before at the transfer point and waiting for 2 hours. And frankly, I think that's unacceptable. To have someone like me to sit out there with a, in
Pardon
the
me, sir, I'm
sun,
going to touch you on the knee there.
with no shade. A lot of us have seen or experienced the pain
Oh,
of
it's much
watching a
warmer
bus
in
go
here.
by. And now we're gonna have to sit there and wait another 60 minutes for the next bus to come by. I don't believe that that's the way that we should be going. Forcing me to take my car instead of DART, where at a time where pollution in North Texas has been forecasted to increase within the next 20 to 25 years. Congestion, where we should be moving the opposite. I like to think that public transit, the success of public transit, is not just the ridership of those who have no other choice to take it, but also the amount of people like me who have a choice and decide I want to take DART instead. And with these service cuts, you're forcing those people out, the people who have a choice, and then you're taking away the choice from the people who don't have a choice at all.
It's not bugging you, is it?
Everybody's here is talking about, from South Dallas, has given their story. But thank you.
Noah Andrews, followed by Rohan Atterberger.
Hi, my name is Harper Andrews. Thank you for your time and for listening to all of our comments. It's the other service cuts that will ultimately impact me, but I want to start by sharing my thoughts on the paratransit cuts. The potential reduction in service area was justified by referring to ADA guidelines. However, I think that we should view the ADA as a very limited starting point, not the gold standard. We should strive to do the best that we can for our most vulnerable, and not just the bare minimum that's required by an imperfect law. Plus, people undoubtedly made decisions about where to live based on current service, and it would be cruel to remove that service or make it unaffordable now that they've made the choice to live in the service area. The other thing I want to highlight is how the proposed cuts could impact the Silver Line. I think the Silver Line, never running more than once an hour would really hurt its chances of getting enough ridership to be viewed as successful. The perceived failure of DART's biggest project in recent history would definitely provide a lot of ammunition to those who want to see DART's funding be reduced. And as everyone here has shown, we can't afford even these cuts, much less ones that could come in the future from people who are saying DART can't pull off projects. Beyond the direct service reductions, I believe that the cuts to bus routes would also harm Silver Line ridership. As a Carrollton resident, I'm excited to use the Silver Line to spend more time in Addison and Richardson. However, frequent bus services in those cities will be essential to making that viable, especially once the Silver Line will run especially since the Silver Line will run pretty infrequently, even if it doesn't get cut further. Bus cuts could prevent me from getting around once I'm there, or cause me to end up waiting a whole hour for the next train. Thank you, and please save our service.
Rohan Kaiser, followed by
171.
Maxine.
You're 171.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm Rohan Kaiser, a frequent user of DART and a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. I'm here to say that I oppose the severe service cuts and frequency reductions that are being proposed today. I typically ride DART, light rail, and bus services on evenings and weekends, and those are the most significant parts of the day that are going to get cut with these service cuts. Coming from Parker Road Station, massively reducing Parker Road Transit Center's connectivity to other areas in Plano and Dallas will be devastating for me, especially routes 234, 254, and the red and orange line. What you're all proposing is, in plain terms, it will set the agency back and give no trust for the agency's strengths to anyone. Not the cities, not the state, not the public that you as an agency are sworn to serve. The efforts that you have moved forward with the Silver Line investment worth over $2 billion and the new TERS agreement has the potential to change the narrative about DART's position as a vendor of connectivity within the region. It can make it so that it doesn't have to be viewed from the perspective of transferring the outside, but from the inside, for the rider and the quality of life improvements, which go a long way from transit access and convenience. DART can stand up to those with that perspective, not capitulate to, as is the prevailing attitude for most legislatures. And this cannot happen by undoing the progress DART has made post-COVID, nor going back on its ultimate promise, and I'll say it again, to serve the citizens and serve the residents of the DART service area. And so I ask again, no cuts, no caps, and full service for the DART service area. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
My name is Layana Maxie Funk. Thank you. I came to reclaim this time because I need people to wake up everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backs of thinking, time for thinking ahead. This is a marriage. This is no you without us. You cannot spell us without you. You need us, we need you. We got a hand over here and a hand over there. Do we weigh it out at the pump to go pay for gas? Do we pay it out at the grocery store? I don't know, but when you go to sleep tonight, I never wish nothing bad on nobody, because I don't want you to feel sorry for little old me. Because if I look like Parkinson's disease, and they said I have it, but it don't have me, and I have a stroke and I'm over here at Baylor, all the tests that they run, 4 of them, MRI, CAT scan, nothing in there. But I serve somebody that's bigger in a deity. And I call him capital G-O-D, because he's the one that look after me. I don't have a support system. I don't. I used to have one. But it's just me. If there's something that happens to me, I gotta keep thriving. I can't come up here crying to you. I don't want you to feel bad because my rent went up $53. My husband don't pay no maintenance. Been in court a long time. This marriage we talking about here with y'all, I'm not even worried about that anymore. It's about to be dissolved. This one, think about it. Crime will be high. But I want to know how y'all gonna get people to the OU game and the Texas game. That's what I came to claim. right here. I'm not trying to be famous, notorious, none of that. But when you go to bed, you cannot put somebody in a shoestring. They're the shoes that don't know how to tie their shoes. But I just say this one thing while the mic is on. A rabbit, a foot is lucky, but it wasn't lucky for the rabbit, and neither is it lucky for me. Think about capital G-O-D and YouTube.
Jonathan Hoover, followed by Sherry Mixon.
Good evening, Dartboard. I'm normally known as the guy that complains with the 229 very often. I come back here not to complain about the 229, but to complain about the potential service cuts that are ahead. For starter right now, on weekends, 229 has 60-minute frequencies on weekends. People already have a hard enough time trying to shop at the marketplace diversion in Irving. I already struggle using the 229 to get to work in the mornings. These service cuts will make that worse. As I hear, it's either 40 or 60-minute frequency midday for 229. 229 riders can't do that. It's already hard enough to connect to all the other train lines and bus lines that are on the 229, like the Green Line, Orange Line, TRA, and Addison Drinking Center. We need more frequency, we don't need less. No caps, no cuts, full service. I yield my time.
Sherry Mixon, followed by Mildred Edwards.
Good evening. I'm Sherry Mixon, and I'm the Executive Director of T.R. Hoover Community Development Corporation. We're in South Dallas off of Bear Street, sunny South. As an organization committed to uplifting and empowering our community, we recognize that access to reliable transportation is not just a convenience, it is a critical component of equity, inclusion, and opportunity. Unlike other areas, transportation in South Dallas is not a supplementary. It is a detrimental resource to the success and mobility of the individuals and families we serve. Whether it's youth attending enrichment programs, parents accessing employment opportunities, or seniors reaching essential services, GoLink has become a part of our lifeline. To remove or reduce this service is to inadvertently exclude the very people we are called to serve. We must challenge ourselves. Take a good look, upper management of DART. Take a good look, those that are called here to serve in a volunteer capacity. We must collectively remain inclusive and thoughtful in our planning. Reliable transit isn't simply about moving from point A to point B. It's about ensuring that everyone, regardless of zip code, can participate in the progress and promise of this city. We kindly urge you, DART leadership, no budget cuts, no service cuts, and come together with this community and let's collectively decide what our next step will be. Don't make South Dallas your scapegoat.
Mildred Edwards, followed by Jacqueline Mixon.
So I'm Jacqueline Mixon. I'm from the South Dallas community all of my life. I've raised my children, went to college right here in South Dallas. But today, I want you to real see of the dealers of this community. We walked, we knocked on doors, we asked our neighbors for our GoLink. And I don't think it's fair for you guys to come over here and to take our GoLink from South Dallas. I just want you to see the real people that made GoLink actually happen. This is not hearsay. You can see for yourself. These are our neighbors into our community. We love our community. I won't go anywhere else but South Dallas because that is my home, my mother and them. Everyone went to high school, Lincoln, go Tigers. And I want you to know, we are the real people that made GoLink happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mildred Edwards, and I am from South Dallas too, and I am here to speak on behalf of South Dallas. You know, my youngest two kids, I moved them out of South Dallas so they could get a better education. I stayed away for 25 years. When my mom passed in '07, I moved back to South Dallas. And it's the same as it was before I left. They don't want to see us with the new H.S. Thompson Elementary School. They want to take it away and make it out of one of those charter schools. It's like we don't deserve nothing new like that, okay, in South Dallas, okay? But we do. And there is a lot of elderly people that need the services that you all are going to take away from South Dallas and move further north. It's an elderly lady come there at the T.R. Hoover Center on Tuesdays. She had to come like almost 3 blocks to get food that they give away, and she's on a walker. This elderly lady. I know because I have stopped and picked her up and took her on to that center. This lady, evidently, she doesn't have the money to get DART and stuff. And there's a lot of people over there that need DART transportation. Do not take that away from South Dallas. They've always taken stuff away from us. It's still the same old as it was when I left and stayed gone for 25 years. When I came back, it was the same way. But I'm speaking on behalf of South Dallas because I was born and raised in South Dallas. I moved back to South Dallas, but my kids was in high school when I moved back, where they could take care of themselves. And I hope you all do the same.
Thank you. Barbara Johnson, followed by Michael Hancock. Barbara Johnson, followed by Michael Hancock.
Hello everyone, I'm Barbara Johnson. I am a South Dallas resident, and I have used GoLink on several cases, as well as my grandson, a young man working a job and a half, and it's been very good for us. So I have opposed them taking GoLink from us. So that's pretty much it. So please don't take it. It's been very beneficial to us. A lot of the seniors say, I used to drive a lot and I can't drive that much, and I depend on it. Thank y'all.
Michael Hancock, followed by Rose Wanzo.
To the dark board, God bless you. I'm reminded when I speak of this issue, of an issue that came up a few months ago, that I just couldn't imagine how the people that was in leadership felt that what they were doing was going to be a beneficial thing for the poor people. They came up with something called terror tax. Who is it going to hurt? Then I'm an Uber driver out here in Plano. Man, when I go through Plano, I'm excited to see the way the city looks. but I'm from South Dallas. So my question is, why would Plano want something out of South Dallas? And the only thing I can think of, tariff tax.
Tariff. Oh, tariff tax. Yeah, tariff tax.
Rose Wanzo.
You said tariff tax?
Oh, he said terror
I
tax,
think he
because
said
that's kind of what it is.
Rose out there. Okay. Rose Wanzo. Come on through. And then followed by, and this is a tough one. It's number 53G.
Turo. Maybe Turo. That's a ride
Okay.
share service.
Come on.
Turo.
Yeah,
Maybe that, maybe something like that.
Then we'll get Rose that G.
Okay, so if I can get 172 to 189 lined up.
My name is Amy Washington.
You know what? Yes, but we were wrong. Thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I am a resident of South Dallas, and I'm here to speak on behalf of South Dallas and disadvantaged citizens and residents of South Dallas. I moved to South Dallas in 2001, and I was fortunate to get a job in
Look like I'm in a marathon.
so I needed to drive transit to get to my place.
I'm right in front of you.
And it helped me a lot.
Yeah, sure. I'm 177.
Oh wait, top to bottom. You're right.
I have no idea. I'm just walking here.
Okay.
Slowly. And even the elderly, I have watched them as I commute back and forth to where I have watching them on corners, waiting on our transit, in the rain, and whatever it takes. But we're able to
7, 6, okay, perfect. Yes, you're 183. He's
183? Pretty sure this is a prime number.
So if they want to improperly, they have to catch
Nobody else has a number.
Go way to Kroger, way to Walmart, things like that, so that they can get the proper nourishment that they need for them.
Does anyone else have a number?
Is 177 prime
Have a
number?
chance to speak yet?
Nope. Darn. It's open though.
Oh, up here, 180.
A prime number.
Yeah, you're gonna be up here with me.
Should add it up. It's 15.
We're fixing to leave.
Hello, my name is Rose Wanzo, and I oppose the whole bill that you have here. I think that it's just wrong for poor people as myself who cannot afford the high price. I don't know what would be higher, a dark bus or a cab or Uber.
They need to be lined up?
Yes. 74 through however many. And I'll be right back.
Haven't heard anyone speak in favor of it this evening. It seems that the whole notion that people should get less service and pay more for it is not a winning proposition. I want to make the point though that I want to appeal to our neighbors in the northern suburbs. This whole network, this beautiful system we built would not have been possible without your partnership and support. And these service cuts aren't just going to hurt the people in Dallas, they're going to hurt you, especially with this cotton belt. Now I want you to think about this. This was a big hullabaloo a few years ago, and our colleagues and partners in the north were saying, you know, we've been in DART all of these years, and we want this. You promised this cotton belt, so we sped it up just so that you could get this service to the airport, which is what it is. Now I want you to imagine that you want to catch a flight and you get caught in traffic and you arrive at the station just as the train is pulling out. Someone said earlier that frequency is freedom, but I want you to know that frequency is utility, because that person is now going to be sitting there for an hour waiting for that train in order to get to the airport. And they're going to be, if they're flying to Oklahoma City or San Antonio, they're going to be spending more time sitting there waiting for the train than they would actually be in the flight. Of course, they're not going to do that. Frequency is utility.
Thank you very much. Now, is Evelyn Cristobal here? Evelyn Cristobal? No? Okay. Sanjay Honk?
It's a pleasure to be here tonight. This is my third time to speak at a DART meeting, and it's in behalf of my special friends that were sitting here earlier that spoke. And I'd like to say, hi, Anthony, how are you? Nice to see you here. Anyway, I became friends with Pam and Brenda through Prestonwood Baptist Church a few years ago. And through that, I got to know two very special ladies that if you do what you are going to do, I have no idea whose brain idea it was to do this program, to hurt this community. Who thought of this? Who came up with this brain idea to put these people in such turmoil and bring such hurt and anger to their hearts? Do you not care? Do you not have a heart? You get in your fancy cars and you go riding wherever you want to go, don't you? You shop wherever you want to shop, don't you? Well, Brenda and Pam can't do that. Not only that, since DART started a new program in January, Brenda and Pam are getting left. They live in the same apartment complex that they have lived in for 35 years in Garland. They go to the same church every Sunday. Same address, right? Used to be they could get on the same bus. Guess what? Brenda may get a bus early, then Pam comes. Going home. Same address, going home. Brenda gets on the bus, Pam gets on the bus. Sometimes, one day, it was 3 hours that a minister helped us at Prestonwood Baptist Church get them on the right buses. That's a disgrace and that's a shame. Please stop this charade and circus that you have going now. Please do it now for the special people that need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Lewis. Followed,
wait for this.
Followed by Kelsey LaCour. Go ahead.
You ready?
I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right. Look, I'm not gonna lie, DART has improved my life. Before, I couldn't go anywhere. But I decided to change that, and I applied for private transit. And my life has been enriched greatly since I've gotten private transit. All right? But this increase of double in a year, that's gonna change my life going back in the other direction. I'm not gonna be able to have the life that I'm having now. And it's not gonna be just a cut of, just a couple of trips or this, that. excuse me, this, that, and the other. Look, I have a special dog, okay? And his food is very costly. Now, if this happens, then I'm gonna have to, hey, he gonna have to eat whatever the hell I buy, you know? That's not good for him. So not only is it gonna affect me, my household, and there's other people that's going to be affected by this. Because I am on a fixed income. Some of these people are lucky enough to get disability. I am not one of those. And if I have to pay the price increase that y'all are proposing, I'm just gonna have to, I'm always thinking about my enrichment and improvement. I'm just gonna have to switch to another program, like maybe your Golding service, and I still live in the food desert. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you. Councilor Stewart, followed by Ochia Ellison.
Hi, my name is Kelsey LeCain. So first off, I want to say thank you guys so much for like staying this late. I know it's late for me too. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. But thank you guys so much for staying and listening to all of us. If you were outside, you'd see that there's a ton of people wanting to talk to you guys about how important this is. And I think that's a blessing for you guys to let you know that there's a large community that wants DART to be here. They want to use DART, and it's important for you guys to listen to us and build that trust so that people can still trust you guys and not go to different alternatives. But I just want to say I live in Addison, and I use the 235 to get to Addison Transit Center, and I use another bus to get to another location so I can go to my job every single day. And if the budget or if it's reduced service, I will not be able to do that. I will have to drive, which I can do, but there are a lot of people that don't have the ability to. And I would also be able to use Lyft or Uber, which I would prefer to give my money to DART, which is a Dallas company, not Lyft or Uber, where am I getting anything back from that? DART really helps our communities, and we see the benefit from that all around. And I think it's important that you guys see how we really care for DART. So that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Achua Alicio, followed by Alpha Thomas.
Yes, my name is Eliseo. Is this okay? Yes. I was grateful when they put back the route on from like Thurston. It was a number 207, but before it was a 209, and before they took it off, there was nobody riding it on it. But that made me like really upset, and I couldn't get around anywhere. But once they put it back, and that was sometime this year. And then there was a price increase, and come to the end of this year, there's going to be another price increase, and that's going to cut into my budget because I'm in a fixed income and I'm disabled. I have a DART paratransit ride, but I don't use that because it's a time manner. But I just really hope you guys don't increase it and don't eliminate my route, because it feels like I'm only the one that rides that route in my neighborhood, but that 207 extended off to the Riggle Road to the warehouses, so it does benefit more people other than just me, because it connected like 3 routes onto one. So I hope the best for this DART opportunity to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha Thomas, followed by Marsha Gale Hampton.
Good evening. My name is Alpha Thomas, and I am a resident of the South Dallas Fair Park community. I am a retired non-driver and have used DART for 7 years and GoLink for 3 years as my primary mode of transportation. I am here in support of the GoLink program as a voice for the elderly, those with health conditions, non-drivers, those with physical challenges, and the visually impaired. The GoLink program meets the transportation needs of a unique population in our community and prevents them from falling through the cracks. It provides easy access to medical and dental appointments, the library, the thrift store, schools, the grocery store, the Social Security Administration, train stations, churches and religious institutions, food pantries, Walgreens, Family Dollar, the post office, and restaurants. The GoLink program is supported for the following advantages. It provides front door pickup and expedites travel. It eliminates wait time in comparison to buses. There is no long distance walking to bus stops. It eliminates multiple transfers. There are no delays in making connections, and there is no standing or waiting in the rain, heat, or cold. The GoLink program fills a transportation gap in our community. We want to keep it and would like to see it expand. Without it, people will fall through the cracks. Thank you, and Ashe.
Next speaker is Marcia Gale Hampton, followed by Angelo Del Angel. And Marcia is 64, number 64. And we have, number 66, Angelo Del Angel. Yep.
Good evening. I'm speaking up on behalf of myself as a transit rider and also as a member of Dallas Area Transit Alliance in opposition to these cuts. Now tonight, I'd like to say the quiet part out loud. See, after the last state legislative session ended, the HB 3187 fight, I poured a little cold water on our moment with data by telling the other members this: as long as our suburban city halls are broke and short-sighted, we will keep having this fight. Lo and behold, a few weeks later, Matt Shaheen announced his intentions to introduce a similar bill in the next session. And of course, there's the appeasement measure currently under consideration. Now, I can't blame our suburbs for being broke. 80 years of funding today's obligations with tomorrow's insolvent growth has brought them to the mess they're in. It's not your fault. You walked in, you're holding the bag. Now, any fiscal conservative could tell you that's a recipe for problems, and sure enough, here we are. And I can't entirely blame them for being short-sighted either. Generations of constituents have been born, lived, and died in these burbs. And now their car-dependent sprawl is the best arrangement that far too many can think of for our human habitat. And that poor fiscal plan, it's just business as usual now. But we would love nothing more than to show our suburban officials towards a better way. I, for one, would like to see Plano and Irving's growth steered in such a way that they become models for how to build better, more livable cities and go from insolvency to fiscal health. Right now, these suburban officials see transit, see everybody's lifeblood, as low-hanging fruit to pluck when they need to free up some cash. But to a functional city and region, it's a vital part of our lives. It could be part of these suburb solutions if they have the vision to understand that. Thank you.
Yeah. Matthew Martin, followed by Curtis Green.
My name is Matthew Martin, and I live in Richardson, which is one of the cities that would be eligible for the GMP funds. I take DART 0 to 5 times a month, largely because the destinations I have are within walking or biking distance. And I understand that for Richardson, those GMP funds may go to active transportation. So let me be very clear. I am against the GMP. I am against reductions to services, and I am against reductions in frequency. I took DART tonight not because I had to, but because it's a less stressful experience, and because it's more timely than having to fight down 75. I mapped it before I came, and it was faster to take DART, including getting to the station. If these reductions came into effect, I wouldn't be able to have that opportunity. I wouldn't have that freedom, because it wouldn't have worked with my job, and the timing wouldn't have worked out. And I'd have to add another car onto the road, increasing traffic for everyone. Transit is much more efficient than having cars in this place. And so it is more responsible to fund DART, and it is fiscally irresponsible to fund the GMP, requiring us to have larger roads and reconstructing them, and the GMP isn't going to cover that. I know that Richardson and many of our neighbors have invested in transit-oriented development. Having these reductions would undercut that investment, decreasing that property value and increasing taxes for all of us, not just riders. So I'm against the GMP. I'm against reductions in service. I'm against reductions in frequency, because would increase traffic. It would reduce freedom in our transportation choices. It would be fiscally irresponsible, and it would increase taxes on all of us. Thank you.
Curtis Drain, followed by Tracy Wallace.
I am Tracy Wallace. I live in 75214. The South Dallas Fair Park Transportation Initiative with the community fought hard to secure a South Dallas Go Link. South Dallas suffers economically and has the lowest rate of vehicle ownership in Dallas County. In 2018, we were told we couldn't have Go Link in South Dallas because so many buses ran to that area. An argument that's been trotted out again today. This has never accounted for the aging population who have no cars to get to the stores, appointments, and home, nor single mothers with children in tow hauling groceries home. Originally, South Dallas Go Link was only given the hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We fought hard to get equal hours to what other Go Links had. 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. prevented parents whose children were at Vogel Alcove from getting to work on time. It prevented students from getting to school on time. Prevented students from staying late for after-school activities, a marker of success. We fought to get the hours, and now DART wants to kill South Dallas Go Link. Those to our north want to cut services, and DART wants to do this on the backs of the least of these. DART should cut services for those most likely to weather an increase in fares, not those most least likely. Those most likely are in the northern sector. Plano wants to reduce costs, then cut Plano services. Lakewood, of which I am a resident, did not want buses running up and down their streets, cut their Go Link. There are at least 2 cars in every driveway. South Dallas desperately needs and relies on their Go Link service. Stop making ends meet by harming those with the greatest needs.
Franklin, followed by Kevin Wright.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you for just a few seconds. I want to take the time out just to highlight how critical Route 378 is for the southern area of Dallas. This is just not only a bus line that is on the map. This is a lifeline. This bus serves the neighborhoods that I live in. I live in Cedar Hill, so you have people who live in Midlothian, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, and DeSoto who rides the 378 to come downtown to work. I am an employee of DART, and I ride that bus every day, 5 days a week. Not only does 378 serves that southern area, 378 also serve students who ride that bus to come to the downtown campuses here in downtown Dallas. Only I see 3 of my other friends of mine who ride the 378. And they are here as well, and we all ride the 378. There's the 306 that you see more than you see of the 378, but 378 is going to be eliminated. So I just wanted to take the time out to just say, please reconsider cutting 378, because there's other people who ride the bus and depends on it to get to work. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Kevin Wright, followed by Timothy Crum. Kevin Wright, followed by Timothy Crum. All right.
Hello, my name is Kevin Wright, and I've been a DART paratransit user for 20 years. Please don't cut the service, keep the service the same, and it would be hard. It's already gone up to $3.50 in March, and another increase up to $6 would be nearly double what I'm paying now, which is I use DART a couple times a week. 2 times a week, 1 or 2 times a week, and I use it to go to my independent living center and my volunteer job. And also, it's not a very good idea to reduce the service area to three quarters of a mile, because we cut off 17% of the service area. And luckily, I'm not affected, but I do know someone who would be affected that would have to pay $10. And also, please don't have the TRE only run once an hour, especially during rush hours. Sometimes me and my family use the TRE to go to the Mavericks of the Stars game, or any other things that we need to do downtown. Thank you.
Timothy Crum, followed by Tammy Greenberg Deb.
Good evening. My name is Timothy, last name Crum, C-R-U-M. And I just want to say, you know, I've been here in Dallas for 8 years, and I've been using paratransit, and it's been great for me. And without it, I will not be able to get around. There's no way I can get around without paratransit. But as my dad used to say, just keep on living and don't die. You'll see it. If you think you're not in need of anything right now, you'll need it one day. So you better be careful what you do, you know, and how you treat people, because it'll come back on you. One way or the other, it'll come back. You just keep living and don't die. You'll see it. My dad used to say that all the time. And, you know, and I never thought I would become disabled. Never thought I would need anybody or need anything, because I was working in corporate, you know, doing my thing, and, you know, life happens. But, you know, you sit there and look at us, and you stopped listening a long time ago, but please listen, because one day you will see it. You cut off services for people because they need them. They need the services. We're not asking you, like, you know, we're seeking charity or something, but, you know, it's like, you never know what you're gonna need in life. You have no idea what you're gonna need in life. You really don't. You really don't know. So, you know, before you think about cutting things, think about improving things instead of cutting. Because when you cut people as well. And when you cut those people, you never know who they're attached to or what they're attached to. So Think about that when you lay your head on your pillow tonight.
Followed by Serena.
Thank you. I know it's a long night. Trust me, it feels like Austin again, all over again. By the way, this is my normal routine. My husband left me behind because he was more concerned about my dog. So this is a normal routine for me to be out in the dark at the West Transfer Center at 9:15 p.m. I'm mostly there at 9:15 on the weekends because, of course, I go to Plano in the morning for going to Costco, go to the downtown Farmers Market because you cancel 2 buses in the Cedars, bus 35 and bus 26. I can't go to my own Farmers Market. You are eliminating my Go Link. No one has mentioned the Cedars, only one person, my husband. There's another person who lives in Cedar. We're part of South Dallas. And by the way, your service planning or your marketing team did not put no signs for this meeting in the Cedars. I had to be auto vacate to be there. So I take the 237. This is gonna kill me at night every hour and an hour. When I go to services, I'm gonna be out 9 or 10 o'clock. I have to liable to the West Transfer Center, the bus 13, or the, if you're gonna eliminate the link, I'm stuck. And I'm gonna get harassed or stay at Anchor Station and walk 8 minutes by myself in the dark that I might have to do tonight. Please save Go Link, save Dallas. You already heard it once, you heard it over and again. We're tired of this. Thank you.
Katrina Castro, followed by Cosette Harris. Shatrina is 74.
Yes, I'm Shatrina Haskell.
Oh,
cool. So, hello, thank you all for this opportunity. I am Shatrina Haskell, and I am standing for my parents. They are 85 and 84. On January 21st, my father we found out that he had kidney cancer, which we didn't know that it was on his pancreas, where he had a diabetic coma where he went blind. In the process of him going blind, it made me have to change up everything that I did, and I'm a mother as well. So I had to come down here and get him set up for the paratransit. Didn't know that it would take 23 days because he was hospitalized, so he had to go to his follow-up appointment and things of that sort. Now, my concern is we finally got this in place, and it has been doing a tremendous it's been helpful for me because I'm still a mother. Although I'm caught up in the sandwich so-called generation, it's not fair to the people who have outlived their family members and don't have any help or don't have the access of a good running car that's not too low to the ground or not too high or whatever for them to be able to be comfortable. So I just ask that you will consider the fact that one day you can be driving and instantly you can have a stroke and something can happen that will cause you not to be able to see, not to be able to walk, talk, or anything. And the paratransit is helpful because they take time with the people. I rode with my father one time to get down here, and the way that they took the initiative to meet them outside, put them in the seatbelt, and it was only $3 before we had this appointment, before he got approved. Uber was $30 to get to St. Paul. They're 85 and 84. They cannot work. So please be mindful and think of what everybody is saying. Do not go higher because they need this. Thank you.
Cosette Harris, followed by Sophia Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Cosette Harris, and I'm Rowlett area, and I was here to on behalf of GoLink not for you all not to end the zone from Rowlett to Garland, because I use Rowlett to Garland. Also, from home to my job, I use South Dallas. South Dallas GoLink to bring me to work because they don't have no bus going to Katy Street. And before then, I used to walk. Can't walk anymore. So I have 2 more years before I retire. And I'm asking, please do not delete the zone to zone, Rowlett to Garden, and the South Dallas area. Thank you.
Sophia Gomez Gonzalez, I'm sorry, Sophia Gonzalez. Number 89. No. All right. Next person is Caroline Howell.
79, I think is what he meant to say.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Howell. Can I reclaim my the 2 minutes? My name is Carolyn Howell. I live in Irving, and this is my first time to actually be fully independent, where I can actually go and participate in my local community with individuals who have disabilities, and like myself, and not have to rely on my family members or my friends or my church family to be able to get me to places. I can do it by myself with paratransit. Please do not increase the prices, because we already had a price increase in March. That was only 3 months ago. Why are y'all deciding to actually more than double that of what the original price was? I don't understand that logic. I don't understand why you penalize the people who have disabilities and who need paratransit out of your own paychecks. I don't understand that. Please explain that, because I shouldn't have to be penalized for your budget cuts. That should come from your individual budgets. Is my time over?
You only got 1 minute.
Yeah, I only got 1 minute.
You only got 1 minute.
Okay.
Am I okay to go?
Yeah, is that right? Okay. I can't hear you. She got the 2 full minutes. Well, we understand.
I asked for 2 minutes. I only got 1.
We straight at the yellow. It was at 54
It was at.
when she started.
Yes, it wasn't even at 2. I know how to read a clock. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I don't mean to waste your time. I know this is a long night. I know y'all got a lot on your plate, but if y'all went up to these price increases that you're proposing, I would have to give 1/3 of my total income that I get from SSI every single month in order to participate. Just participate in my local community. Not contribute, because I can't financially contribute, but I can give people my time, I can give people my energy, I can give people the love and the compassion that I have for people who have disabilities and other people who don't. And that is a valuable, valuable thing to me. And that is the only thing I have, because as a 33-year-old, this is the first time I've ever had my own independence. And it's because of DART paratransit. So thank you for your time. I do
Okay. Followed by Sophia Gonzalez. What you ask? Akeisha Becker, 87.
How y'all doing? I'm Akeisha Baker. I am a dark paratransit rider. I've been riding since 2007, 2008, something like that. And last time, it's been $3. This price
I think they're letting the people with paratransit go first, and then,
I mean,
because that makes sense. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be able to go home,
but a lot
because
of
the train
times
is
people don't have 50 cents to just, give. And then y'all going up to $6. That's $12 going and coming. What if an elderly person has to go to the grocery store and they have to bring someone with them? That is $24. That is 2/3, maybe even half of their groceries. I ask y'all, I urge y'all, don't do this. We're not asking for handouts. We just want y'all to reconsider not going up in the price and not taking GoLink out of South Dallas. I'm not from South Dallas, but I have a friend that's from South Dallas, and I really don't want, you know, I really don't want this to happen to anybody. I don't want y'all to take away things that we need, because what will happen in the event that, since y'all charge the $6, nobody's patroning. Nobody can go anywhere. What's gonna happen then? Then y'all may fold. All I'm asking is for y'all to just not give up on us, not do this to us, because we don't deserve what's going on with whatever y'all got going on with y'all. We don't deserve this at all. South Dallas does not deserve to get GoLink taken away from them, and we don't deserve these price increases with paratransit. Because let's be real, we all cannot afford to be able to pay $6, $24, however much it's gonna cost going and coming back. I ride paratransit 6 days a week. I won't be able to do that anymore. Just reconsider. That's all I'm saying. Reconsider.
All right, thank you. So Sophia Gonzalez, number 89, here or not? You guys know? No? Okay.
What about 85 and 86?
Dave Brady is next person, followed by Shirley Linwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a bus driver, I've been going to both work and events since before Dart was born. Thrice stricken by careless drivers, Dart has become surviving since retirement. And I really know the benefits of public transportation. All the years of meetings that I've attended, this is the largest turnout in Dart's history. And I decided that I really needed to stress to you about the many comments that have come forth about the raises in the paratransit service and the difficulties that that provides or would provide for all of those who so depend on DART. Really thank you for your patience for hearing the riders' concerns tonight, because you've been here a long time and I understand that. But I have to really plead with you to hear their pleas and think about what you do at the budget workshop coming up and try to figure out a way to not force rate increases on the paratransit riders. I use public service, the regular service, as much as I possibly can. So I don't have to deal with some of the financial problems that they have. But please, rethink it. Find a different budget line for that fare increase. Thank you.
Shirley Linwood, followed by Samuel Foster.
Good evening. My name is Miss Shirley Linwood. I am a 13-year United States Marine Corps veteran, disabled. I don't feel bad for none of y'all. This is ridiculous. You are biting the hand that feeds you. These people pay you. This is where your bonuses come from. I don't need DART. I don't pay rent, I don't pay a mortgage. I don't have to leave home, but they do. They work late at night and need DART to get home. When people are dying on the streets, you laying at home in your beds. You have no feeling for these people. No feelings. When you were laying comfortable in your big houses, I was laying in some water somewhere in the jungle. or I was in 120-degree shade, sun in the shade. Think about this. You all walking right now. Y'all driving right now. Some of y'all got 2 cars, you might have 3. Think about somebody else first. When y'all wanted to go to Plano the first time, they didn't want you. Now you trying to give them some money? Who does that? But you're gonna take away from these people. Plano got more money than all these people. Stop that. Stop that. They don't need y'all. They got money. Don't give them money on the backs of these people. Stop doing that. Some of these people could be your parents. Some of them could be your children that's disabled and can't get around. Everybody don't have a van that's outfitted for a wheelchair. Stop that. They up late at night. Y'all need to be here tonight. You're earning your money tonight. Stop doing that. Please think about the people you are taking from. They already don't have much. Thank you.
Samuel Foster, followed by Lon Hutton.
I'm Elton Hutton. The other person wasn't here. I'm here. I'm just going to quickly echo and ditto everything said tonight. I work here down on Main Street with a local organization that provides services to 99% of the people who have spoken tonight, 99% of the people who are going to speak tonight. And I would like to just add that without DART, some of these individuals will not have access to justice. They will not have access to vote, to access to courtroom. They will not have access to fight for their rights in a time when home instability is prevalent. Our services are most greatly needed. And given the fact that we're downtown, parking is not feasible for most of them who are barely able to make ends meet to come downtown to get help, for advocates to help them is not feasible. And it's important that you all consider that in making steps going forward. And again, I would just like to echo every sentiment here that shall come and has come before. Thank you.
Samuel Foster, I tried that once, but he may not be here, followed by Alex Flores.
My name is Alex Flores. I am a 24-year-old mid-support needs autistic who lives in Plano, Texas, and I've been riding DART for just about 8 years now. I, like everyone here, is here against the current proposals, but primarily I'll talk about what affects me, since you've heard from people who have the things that affect them. My main route is Route 234, which spans from Parker Road Station to the Northwest Plano Park and Ride. It is one of the largest routes that stays almost entirely in Plano, and with how often I use it, how many times I see other people use it, it's frankly silly to cut it, especially given the proposed replacements for it and its sister route, Route 254. Right. Given that Plano is home to a wide variety of disabled people, we have fantastic things like the Brain Center, we have My Possibilities, we also have a level 4 trauma hospital that specializes in neurological things. And frankly, I find it insulting that you do not consider that the primarily people affected by this are going to be your disabled individuals like myself and those who are in far worse situations than myself, and yet we have complimentary shuttle routes to replace the corporates that are going to be affected by the legacy route cut. Frankly, I think it is ridiculous that you think that you can replace multiple bus routes with a citywide GoLink, and while GoLink is a fantastic service, it is not enough to do an entire city the scale of Plano. I recognize that my city is directly at fault for the mess that we have found ourselves in, but to me, this feels like giving a baby, exactly like a toddler, what they want when they throw a tantrum, because they're just gonna throw another tantrum because they're gonna expect the same treatment back, is how this feels. Frankly, Plano needs to get its own problem solved, and it does not need to be dragging the rest of DFW down with it. No cuts, no change to service. That's all I've got to say on that. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Mark. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments. I work in the medical district. I am speaking from a position of privilege in which I'm close enough to the hospital to be able to bike to work. However, many of my coworkers and many of our patients rely very deeply on DART and TRE to meet their daily needs. These proposed cuts will be harming Dallas County's most vulnerable residents, and I just ask you please to reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Owens, followed by Gavin O'Leary. Thank you, Natasha Owens. Letitia Owens. Okay, then Gavin O'Leary. All right, Gavin.
Hello, my name is Gavin O'Leary. I'm a proud Oak Cliff resident and a proud member of the Texas chapter of the American Communist Party, and we are against these unjust cuts. I want to begin by attacking the artificial crisis being imposed by politicians on the people of North Texas. Plano, Addison, Richardson, and Carrollton all stand to benefit immensely from the $2 billion Silver Line being constructed by DART. It is absurd for these cities to say that they are not getting their fair share from DART when they conveniently forget one of the largest infrastructure projects in North Texas history. Now, let's move on to the real issue. Make no mistake, this is naked class warfare on the working people of North Texas. As we've already heard at this and every other hearing, DART is fundamental to the daily survival of tens of thousands of North Texans. These proposed cuts, almost all of them impacting the working class neighborhoods of South Dallas, will make daily life intolerable and social mobility impossible. Workers will face longer commutes while the disabled will be forced to forego medical care because they can't afford the cab fare. Because of these cuts, workers will lose their jobs. Because of these cuts, people will die. To end, I wish to add my voice to the chorus of thousands organizing against these cuts. North Texans have a right to safe and affordable transportation. Thank you. And to the working people who can hear my voice, let's get organized.
Akintando Funzo. Something like that. Followed by Ricky Red.
Good evening. My name is Untitled Funjo. I'm a co-founder with Fahim Minka of the Dallas chapter of the Black Panther Party. I don't get out much anymore. I'm old. I've got diabetes. I have to have shots in my knees every 6 months, and I'm legally blind. But I thought this was important enough for me to come out tonight because I did a lot of work in South Dallas and Oak Cliff trying to organize communities for liberation. And liberation isn't always having guns and different things like that. This is a part of the liberation process. The opportunity to move freely around the city that you live in without being penalized for it. I hear people talking about cities, this, that, and that. For the whole night, my mind has been on 40% because I have a friend who had dialysis, and they're paying $350 to catch the rider, the handy ride. And so if it's $6, that's a 40% increase. 40% increase is actually a 40% decrease in income for someone who has a fixed income. And not only that, I can't even imagine the increase in food insecurity, because that's 40% of money that you could be using for food. And for us elderly people, I took a course in gerontology on my way to my Master of Social Work, and it told me that the two most important things for older people is independence and security. And one of the insecurities that we have is food insecurity. And it's not about, oh, I've got 60% food insecurity. It's about, it's a word, it's called exponential fear because we don't know what we're gonna have to eat tomorrow. And if we have to pay all these high costs to ride where we're going, I don't know what's gonna happen. This is a death penalty, I heard someone say earlier. This is a death penalty, especially for those people with
Thank you. Ricky Red, that's number 84, and then Jennifer Rottenkamp.
Good evening.
Probably.
My name is Jennifer
I think we're gonna be here
Rotkamp, and I'm a
till
special
1 o'clock in the
education
morning.
transition
1
teacher at
Maybe
W.H. Adamson
longer.
High School in Dallas ISD and Oak Cliff resident. I serve students ages 18 to 22 with significant cognitive disabilities, young adults who are not just learning academics, but how to live, work, and belong in their communities. For us, DART paratransit isn't a convenience, it's a lifeline. We rely on it almost every day to access the food pantry, arrive at job sites, participate in volunteer work, and build independence they've worked their entire lives towards. Without it, my students are stranded, isolated, and left behind. Let me tell you about George, a student with autism in our transition class. Because of paratransit, he was able to complete his very first paid work experience without a family member. A milestone built his confidence and sense of purpose. Or Hasiel, who has always dreamed of working with animals. Thanks to paratransit, he now rides across town to a dog training facility where he's not just working, he's thriving. That ride brings dignity and changed his life, but that ride is becoming less accessible. In March, fares quietly increased from $3 to $3.50, a seemingly small change that caused mass confusion. Some DART drivers even begun carrying extra change in their own pockets to help cover costs for confused and distressed riders. Now, just months later, DART is proposing another increase, $6 per ride. That's a 100% increase in less than a year. While the ADA permits paratransit fares to be up to twice the base fares, let's be clear, that's a ceiling, not a requirement. The ADA exists because of people like Jennifer Keelan, who at age 8 years old crawled up the steps of the US Capitol during the Capitol crawl, leaving her wheelchair behind and demanding access and dignity. She said, "I'll take all night if I have to." But she shouldn't have had to, and my students shouldn't have to fight like this either. Now imagine asking those individuals to pay $12 round trip just to get to a job, a doctor, or to the grocery store, or worse, stay at home because they can't afford it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll do this one more time. Number 84, Ricky Red. If that person's not here, we'll go on to Brianna Brody, number 96. Brianna. Followed by Paulette Brody.
Hello, my name is Brianna Brody. I'm the president of Lighthouse Prep, and among the other things I do, I mentor 16 to 24-year-olds. I'm not going to talk about like cuts that you're going to make that are going to affect the vulnerable population that other people have already talked about, but I do think that you guys can increase your revenue by focusing on the middle class worker. I think that you may underestimate the amount of people who will pay for a DART pass. My mother, she was hit by a drunk driver a couple months ago, and she takes the GO Link to Rowlett, where she works. She's a teacher. She still takes charge. She still has to pay around like $10 to $12 for a Uber, but it's not the $20 to $40 that it costs to take Uber. Without one way, without GO Link, it would cost $40 to $80 per day, which is for 30 days. That's $1,200 to $2,400 a month. A lot of you guys couldn't even afford that, and so I think that making the ride experience more better, making the trains smell nicer, making them cleaner, enticing the middle class worker to come and ride the trains, it would decrease traffic. You know, DFW is growing, FIFA is coming, the economy is growing. Cutting this is not a great idea, but I do think that you can increase revenue with the middle class worker, enticing them to come to DART. And my generation, 16 to 24, we would ride DART, I believe. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Brody. We have a Paulette Brody. Yes, we do. Followed by Ann Cohen.
Yes. So I am Paulette Brody. That was my daughter. She told half of my story already. Yes, I was hit by a drunk driver, and I kept looking at, because I was going to say something else, but I kept looking at the shirts that says DART Cares. And then Dallas has a logo that says Dallas Cares, but then Dallas didn't care that I got hit by a drunk driver because they didn't investigate. DART is changing every single thing that I am able to do now. Because I was hit by a drunk driver, I'm not driving anymore. And now I work in Rowlett, and y'all are closing the entire Rowlett Go Link. So then that means I can't go to work anymore. So that either means I need to get another job, or I'm gonna have to pay astronomical prices to travel because I live in Dallas. So I was trying to figure out the caring part. And so I've been kind of just baffled with the whole situation. I think one of my students was actually here earlier today because they were probably asking about Rowlett as well, because the entire Rowlett city is being affected by the Go Link that is being canceled. Which also means that a lot of my students are going to be affected as well. Also the South Dallas, I guess it's affecting my entire family, because my mom is the one who lives in South Dallas, so then their Go Link, I just taught her how to use Go Link, and now Go Link is going away. So I'm not sure. There's a lot of people being affected, and for me, it's 3 generations that's being affected. I live on one side of town, my mom lives on a different side of town, but both sides of towns are being excommunicated, I guess, at this point. So hopefully y'all can kind of rethink it or rearrange or redesign how y'all are thinking about this, and hopefully the ones that are being affected will still be able to live their lives at peace or peacefully. But I just want to leave you with the note of 1 second. It took 1 second for my life to be taken away from me. 1 second for a drunk driver to hit me and keep going. 1 second, that's all it takes. So I was lively, I danced, I did a whole bunch of things. Now I can barely do anything. 1 second is all it takes.
Hello, I would like to say thank you to DART for offering DART paratransit. I've been using it ever since I was in high school. And but I would like to say that I also benefit from GoLink in the South Dallas area. And like many elderly and disabled people, it is really a wonderful way to get around locally. Because with the paratransit services, you have to call a day, in advance. And so it's wonderful to be able to get a ride, to a local store or to the clinic without doing that. And the fares, if fares go up, it's gonna make it a whole lot more difficult to pay for my ride being on a fixed income. And that's it, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ann Cohen, is she still here? I'm Brady. Not. Okay, Ian De Silva, followed by Aaron McGoy.
All right, good evening, everyone.
I am a resident of the Fair Park neighborhood of South Dallas and a member of Dallas Area Transit Alliance. And I just want to say first off that it's unconscionable that you would cut services to poor, working class, Black and Latino areas to give Highland Park a shuttle so that their contractors can get to their houses with ease, and to give more services to Plano, and to give Matt Shaheen his GMP blood money. And I call it blood money very deliberately because, as you've heard tonight, many people with these service cuts might die. So I'm just reiterating that. But the other thing is, I think that these cuts are incredibly short-sighted. I wanted to tell you guys a statistic because I know money is what matters. There was a 2015 report done by the London School of Economics that estimates the total cost of suburban sprawl in the United States takes $1 trillion, trillion with a T, out of our economy every year via externalities such as traffic, pollution, car accidents, infrastructure impacts, and services. So as we are increasing our population here in DFW, we currently have 7.5 million people. We're estimated to reach 10 million by 2040. We cannot continue building highways in perpetuity. We need to be investing in public transit. We can't go backwards. We need to be moving forward. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Aaron McGrew, followed by Matthew Boss.
I'm representing the Dallas County Republican Party, as well as I'm a fourth, fifth generation Bear Creek citizen. Thank you, Rick, for everything you're doing. I also want to represent the Jack Brewer Foundation, and I'm also campaigning for A21 campaign. The thing I want to speak on is capitalism. Capitalism is a great thing. The system works, but it's the people in capitalism. We all know that people have a heart. And capitalism, as the father of Dart did, he did an opportunity. He gave us an opportunity. Have we gotten away from that opportunity because now we're thinking about the stockholders and the investors? I don't know. But capitalism is great. It's just the people have to change this. I'm gonna leave you with a couple of things as well, statistically wise. America calls the Dallas Cowboys the American team. You can't get the team without the city. So America is also Dallas. Dallas is the frontier of what America can be. We're getting Wall Street here, and we're also building our own Wall Street as well. So that is telling you that America has something. Also, I want to let you know that statistically in America, that 60% of African Americans are fatherless. Also, there's two crises. There's a fatherless crisis and a wealth gap crisis. The wealth gap, African Americans only make $44,000 per year. Whites make $250,000, and Latinos make $60,000. I want you to understand that. I'm gonna leave you with this. I don't care what are y'all doing because I walk by faith and not by sight, and I know God got this on y'all, and I know this is y'all heart, and I know it's gonna change. This may look like a defeat, but I know it's victory for God. But I wanna leave you with this. There is children this is a hot spot for human trafficking. Human trafficking. This is a vulnerability in which if y'all break this rail system and y'all take away some of these avenues, these teenagers will not be able to go on these rail systems without it, because everybody knows that the predator controls their whole body and their assets. But if you leave this DART system how it is going, you can save lives. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Matthew Boss, followed by Zach Usselton. Maybe.
Good evening. My name is Matt Boss. I live right here in Dallas. I take DART most days a week to commute and get around the city, including the 209, which I took here tonight and is on the chopping block with these proposed cuts. So I'm here speaking in opposition to all cuts and all caps for DART service because it would make my travel times and my transfer times worse. It would make the lives of everyone who's spoken tonight and who is in this room worse. The lives of everyone who uses DART worse. You can't make a system better by making it worse, and you can't make DART better by giving it less. Thank you.
Matthew Usselton, followed by Lenore Hula.
Hey guys, my name is Zach Usselton, and I frequently use the DART and the TRE to connect myself with my immediate friends and my family. My family lives in Fort Worth, and I have friends that live off of the downtown DART lines. Decreasing frequency on these routes will directly impact me. It will reduce my options and my flexibility to be able to see my friends and family. But for me, I mean, it's an annoyance, but as I hope y'all have heard over the course of everybody speaking tonight, that for most people, it's not just an inconvenience. It can be the matter between life or death, or between getting food or not getting food, getting to a doctor's appointment, not getting to a doctor's appointment. These cuts are regressive in every sense of the word. It decreases our connectivity as a society, and it moves Dallas backwards. And if you haven't heard by this point how you're affecting the most vulnerable by not reconsidering this, then I'm not sure what else to say, honestly. Yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Donald Hula, followed by John Yamuchi.
Hello, my name is Connor Hulla. I've been following just about everything DART does probably for the past 3 years. Watched all the board meetings, and I went down to Austin, advocated against HB 3187, got probably hundreds of people to call their representatives. And so I know what you're all are up against, and I know that the General Mobility Program, which is the main reason behind the service cuts being proposed, is well-intentioned. The intent is to try to stave off legislation. However, I think there's two problems. One, the way the policy is written, it doesn't actually guarantee that these cities who receive money won't go back to Austin next session and try to further cut DART's budget. If there were some agreement they had to sign on to, maybe that could alleviate that concern, but there isn't. Plano or Farmers Branch or anyone theoretically could take this money from DART and then go back next session and try to pass legislation that would harm DART further. Second, I think that is being funded by service cuts. It's a huge problem. Giving money to cities off the backs of everyone here and all of your writers, I just can't accept that. I personally ride DART every day. These frequency reductions, having these buses come once an hour, sometimes I finish my work and then I just have to catch the next bus. I don't want to have to, maybe I need to catch a bus that arrives at 5 o'clock, but I end work at 5:05, for example, and I have to wait hours. It'll ruin transfers. It really ruins reliability of the whole system. So please do not fund this.
Thank you. John Yamuchi, followed by Christopher Weeks.
Thank you and good evening. My name is John Peter Yamauchi. I live in Central Plano, and I am one of those conservative, longtime, able-bodied, white-collar, car-owning Plano residents. I also oppose this motion and this move to cut service. The whole idea of this is it's supposed to benefit Plano, and we're supposed to be getting our fair share because of this. I mean, while the proposed service cuts will shaft South Dallas, as people here have explained, but Plano doesn't really get much out of this, and we still get service and frequency cuts. So this really doesn't help this conservative, able-bodied, white-collar, and car-owning Plano resident. I take the train to work in Richardson. I take the train to hang out with friends in Dallas. So if you want to help out Plano, increase our frequency. And also, please do not cut South Dallas' service. Thank you.
Followed by Van Holman.
Good evening. My name is Chris Weeks, and I'm a resident of Richardson, Texas, and I'm also a member of DATA, and I'm strongly opposed to the service cuts that y'all have proposed. I'd like to specifically call out the frequency reductions on all the 200 series buses as well as the light rail. Over the past 3 years since moving to DFW, I've honestly been impressed by the service and performance of DART, and it would be a shame to let all that progress that you've made since the pandemic go to waste. The cuts you're proposing would be very disrespectful to the citizens of DART who have had your back since the beginning. And I urge you to reconsider these cuts, reconsider the GMP, and investigate all available alternative funding measures to prevent these cuts from happening. Thank you.
Then Holman, followed by Angelo Diaz.
First of all, I'd like to say I've been at this board several times, and I've addressed this first issue several times. This board does not reflect the demographics of the ridership. Okay, if the ridership is 60% African American, and I only see 2 African Americans here, I get a feeling that there is an insensitivity here. I certainly hope that you have heard the statements that have been made by these people, particularly from the southern sector. And for me to say that race may not have a component in this, I wouldn't be living in the United States. Okay. Now, as far as these GMP cuts are concerned, DART has a $1.8 billion budget. The GMP is 40 some odd million. That's about 2-point-something%. Where are the accountants who can come up with cuts within the budget, austerity, if you will, to make up for these outlays so that this money doesn't have to be cut from services from people who have come up to you one after another and say they desperately need them? Where is the state of Texas that has a $22 billion surplus? Why aren't they contributing to what you guys need to make this transit system work? And where are the representatives who represent these different districts, Senate, state, and the State House? Where are the philanthropists who have the billions and trillions of dollars that run around here in Dallas, Texas, that will not, or they don't come in to try to help you all maintain services for these people who need them? Where are these approaches, and have they been looked at before these cuts are made?
Thanks. Angelo Diaz, followed by Phil Villar. By Phil Villar. Number 103 and 104.
I stand before you as a Dallas College Richland student and someone who relies on DART every day. I used to get around on just $1.50 mornings and evenings. Now it's $6 a day for a day pass, since 3 hours is not enough. And with proposed frequency changes, you're crazy, but 3 hour pass should be fair at this point. Now imagine that mounting costs on having to go to college almost every weekday and groceries. Yeah, that mounts up fast. Now imagine others like me, others go to Dallas College, Collin College, UT, SMU, people who sometimes have to take 2 hour buses or trains just to get across town just to live. And we can't forget about my fellow students with disabilities. They have it far worse, especially with these frequency changes, the fares changes. Yeah, they're gonna get even worse. Let's look at the facts on how we ended up here. Plano stirred up a mess after DART passed their audit, and in order to appease them, let Plano and some cities join forces and conduct their own audit with tweaked parameters so they could lie and have proof that DART was abusing them. Some of these cities are about to get blessed by the brand new Silver Line, and their foul play would have caused utter disaster to all of DART and other railway companies. Now you want to appease them by inflicting self-sabotage to your own company. You would bend the knee to liars to appease people who have never ridden the bus or train in their lives, who have been lobbied by big corporations to sabotage transit at the expense of the people, to sell us out to cities who call people like us undesirables and vagrants. I think not. No caps and no cuts.
Yeah. Julia Chalker, followed by, we'll do this one more time, Phil Villar. He may not be here.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julia Chalker, and I'm the director of the ARC of DFW area, an organization that supports individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. I'm also a retired educator who spent many years working with young adults whose Utilization of paratransit services was a game changer in achieving greater independence and self-autonomy. Finally, I'm the sister of a brother with autism, Bobby, who also used DART paratransit services for many years to get to his job, helping him to be a contributing member of our community. I'm here to speak on behalf of our members, as well as other individuals with disabilities who rely on these services every day, not just for convenience, but for independence, dignity, and access to basic human needs. Almost doubling paratransit fares, reducing the service area, and removing the $1 fee fare for connection to fixed routes, it may look like a solution on paper, but in practice, it creates a barrier, one that prevents people with disabilities from getting to work, medical appointments, grocery stores, community services, and support networks, all things that contribute to a quality life. For many, there's simply no alternative transportation. These changes won't impact all riders equally. They'll disproportionately harm those who already face significant system challenges and limited options, especially in the state that we live in. Disability services in Texas are almost at the bottom. And so it would be so great if this is not yet one other fight that we have to make. The decisions that you make can isolate people, jeopardize their health, and reduce their chances for full participation. So we need DART to be more than a transportation provider. We need it to be a partner in equity, inclusion, and opportunity. Cutting routes and raising fares moves us in the wrong direction. So please reconsider these changes. Invest in solutions that support all riders, especially those who need it most. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Jane Benson, followed by Amanda Brooks.
Good evening. My name is Kane Vinson. I live in Deep Ellum and I work as a firefighter and a paramedic here in Dallas. I'm speaking today as a private citizen and a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I urge you not to move forward with these proposed cuts and reductions in anticipation of the passing of a general mobility fund. Consider this. Plano has already made it clear that your proposed 5% rebate offer will not satisfy them. They've said 5% isn't enough, and they've shown they're willing to go over the head of this board to get what they want by seeking state legislation on the issue. Why give in to ill-intentioned policy? I strongly believe Plano and the other suburban DART member cities deserve a better return on their tax dollars, but these regressive cuts and reductions are not the way to get us there. Cuts in preparation for a possible general mobility fund right now are short-sighted. North Texas is growing fast, and we should be doubling down on investments in public transit, not pulling back. This isn't savvy negotiation. It's premature surrender that weakens the system that working class and vulnerable people rely on. Let's just tell it like it is. Plano's goal is not more successful public transit. The point of the GMP is for these cities to undemocratically redirect their 1% sales tax to subsidize their wealthier, car-centric lifestyles without having to go through their own city politics to get it done. Please do not help them make this happen. Help the people that need you. Thank you.
Yep. Amanda Brooks, followed by Christopher Gomez.
Hello, I'm Amanda Brooks. I work here in downtown Dallas and I take the DART in every day regardless. Many of my coworkers also take the DART in every day because traffic in Dallas is terrible and parking is expensive. It also takes half the time driving out of Dallas does in the rush hour. I think it is a mistake to cut service and raise costs. It will only harm the most vulnerable, especially those who use public paratransit, and force more people onto already crowded roads or cut off their access to transportation entirely. Thank you.
Warren Pena, followed by Dorothy Benson.
Good evening. My name is Chris, and I'm here because public transit is essential. It's a necessity for thousands of people across our region, but some say that these changes are necessary because funding shifts, inflation, new service requests, and early opening of the Silver Line. I understand budget pressures, but let's be honest, this is not a minor adjustment. If approved, these cuts would mark the largest rollback of transit service in DART's history. And these changes would not impact everyone equally. They would hurt the people who rely on the system the most. That includes working class families, seniors, people with disabilities, and essential workers who have no other option but DART. Yes, some cities are asking for a better return on their sales tax, but we cannot balance this system at the expense of core service. So let me be clear. Working people deserve to get to work on time. Families deserve safe and reliable public transit, and every rider deserves to know that the service that they count on will be there tomorrow. Eliminating 9 bus routes, cutting a GO-Link zone in South Dallas, and shrinking paratransit coverage is not sustainability. It is abandonment. We should be expanding service, not cutting it. We should be making transit more accessible, not harder to use. And I know that some routes have low ridership, but when service is frequent and reliable, people come back. That's been proven again and again. Other cities that have implemented affordable public transit have seen real results. Ridership goes up, assaults on drivers go down, people get where they need to go safely. And the result is a cleaner, safer, and more connected region. And the Dallas area deserves that too. I urge you to reject this proposal. Do not raise fares, do not cut service, do not make it harder for the people who depend on this system to live their lives. This is public transit. It should serve the public, not punish them. Thank you.
Warren Pena, followed by Dorothy Benson.
Hi, my name is Warren Pena. I'm a resident of the city of Plano and a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. I'm here tonight to speak against the reduction to rail frequency. I've spoken here before. You know, I work in downtown Dallas. I ride in every day on either red or orange, whichever comes first. These reductions in frequency is really going to have a negative impact, both on my own commute to work and also just getting around the city. You know, I often take DART on the weekends just to go to stuff around town. It's great to, just to avoid the freeways, but these reductions are really going to hurt. Also, as a frequent traveler, I would love to be able to take the Silver Line from Plano to DFW Airport, but 1 hour frequencies just doesn't make it viable. It really, really hurts there. So, yeah, so I'm just here to speak against the cuts. I really hope that we can avoid that. Thank you so much.
All right, Dorothy Benson, followed by Rodney Foreman.
Good evening, board members. I know y'all didn't think it was gonna be this many people here. I didn't either. I haven't been here in 3 years, but I'm back. You rung the bell on me the last time, and what did I tell you? I don't care how many times you rang it, I'm gonna say what I'm coming here to say. This time, I'm just talking about the 378 bus, which we catch. Y'all took the 21 Redbird away from Redbird. I've been riding the buses for over 50 years. I come from South Dallas, and that's all they had was buses. Y'all took the 21 Redbird away. People had to walk 3 blocks. Then you changed the bus to the 378. Now you finna take that away. Why? They say it ain't that many people riding. You lying. Your machine is lying. People are parked on Redbird parking lot. It ain't right, but you don't care. Y'all don't care about the southern sector, period. But let me tell you this here. You take a stick pin, and each one of you nationalities, stick your finger. What color comes out? Red. Everybody's the same, but we are not treated the same. And you know what? That man upstairs ain't pleased with it. God shut the whole world down when the pandemic. And if you keep doing what you're doing and not treating the people, his people, right, he'll shut it down again.
Rodney Foreman, followed by Jason Grant.
Hello, good evening. That was my bus buddy. I went to the pre-meeting in June, and I had it all in my head what I was going to say. But something I didn't realize there is that DART offers the paratransit services. I was not aware of that. That is something that's bigger than all of us. And we can't do away with that service or start limiting it. These are my neighbors, your neighbors. We've got to move forward. We've got to make DART better. Freedom and frequency. That's been repeated a lot tonight. Like my neighbor said, I started on the 21 bus. It was eliminated. So we moved to the 378. Now there's talk of eliminating the 378. Well, that could eliminate a lot of us from using DART also. I just want to say in closing here that instead of figuring out why DART isn't working here, let's figure out why we have low ridership. What caused that? How do we get ridership up? It's not by eliminating routes. It's not by making them further apart. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Jason Grant, followed by Dr. Sharon Middlebrook or Jane Harden. They both have the same number. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jason Grant. I live downtown. I have a lot of options for transit. Most days of the week, I ride DART because all in all, it's a pretty good option, and I want to use your service. I think the changes and improvements you've been making in the last 4 years are great. I've noticed and appreciate them. Even the DART Mobility and Motion podcast, surprisingly good. That I like that one. But the proposed service cuts, and especially the frequency reductions, are a big step backwards. Frequency is systemically important. You reduce that, you reduce ridership, you reduce your power as a transit agency, which I don't want to see. I know public transit could be improved so much, including in cities like Plano and Irving. And a lot of us are doing what little things we can to improve that situation, but service reductions are not the way to do it, and I hope that you will not take away your own power and stay strong as DART and it's public transit. Thank you.
Hi y'all, I'm R. Jane Harden, and I live in the Cedars. My husband and I moved to Dallas and built a home there. So specifically, we could walk to the Cedars station and I could get to work at Medical City. And so I commuted until I retired. We also built there knowing that as we aged, and for the sake of Dallas, we're not driving so much, that the DART would be there. Now, I scratched everything I was going to say tonight because I've been sitting here all night just like y'all. And here's the deal. There's really only one thing that can be said about all of this. It's classism. That's all it is. It's just classism. And listening, I used to actually go up to people when commuting on the train the DART rail, excuse me, and ask them to tell me a little bit about their story. And it was always so interesting. And I learned so much. And I learned so much tonight. I don't know what I would do if I were in some of these people's situation. I'm fortunate enough not to be. I might be tomorrow. I don't know what y'all would do. Ask yourselves that. If you were dealing with the same set of circumstances. And so basically, I want to beg all of you to have a spine, and anybody says cut services or raise prices on Dart, tell him to sod off. That's it.
Harrison Blair. Had a red card, okay. Jay Lindhurst. Jay Lindhurst. Go ahead. I don't have a card here that has your name on it, but we should. We'll find it. It's a maybe. Thank you.
Good evening to the board, and thank you for your undivided attention. And thank you to everyone who showed up tonight to let your voice be heard. It's very important during these times like this. I am here to voice my opposition to the fare and service changes. I am here to speak from a place of position where the proposed changes actually will not affect me. However, it is important for me to be here to show support with those in the DART ridership community, because I'm a part of that community. In your brochure, it states that this is the largest proposed cuts in DART's 40-year history. And as one gentleman stated before, that this is the largest public hearing that you all have had. This is my first time coming to a public hearing. And so I'm proud to be here to speak and support our community. As someone who has been in nonprofit for over 20 years, project management and data analysis for over 10 years, I wasn't sure how I wanted to address you all this evening. You've heard personal stories and touching stories about how DART has provided freedom and mobility to those that have not had independence in their lives. You have heard facts about how these cuts will impact people who are on fixed incomes with increases in other areas in this time. You also know that ridership has been affected since the first big changes since COVID, and even just 3 months ago when you all increased the prices. This past March alone. I should have prepared some data because I know as a board, that's all you all understand. However, I do understand this, is that these people have come here straight from work today, just as I have, to make their voices heard. I have been a customer of DART since I was a college student in Paul Quinn College. This is how I introduce the people to this city when they come and visit. I tell them to get on the DART rail and we ride around. So as a young lady, I'm gonna skip ahead since I'm running out of time. This is how you attract ridership to this city in the middle class community. And so that way you don't affect our ridership by increasing prices and making it affordable for all riders. So I'm gonna close with this. No cuts to mobility services, no cuts to frequency of routes, and no increases to fares. So looking at these orange short shirts that DART cares, why don't you show the city that you care?
Jerry Lindbergh, followed by Rexter Chambers.
Hello, Jay Langhurst from Dallas. I will try to keep this at a high frequency, unlike the service that you're trying to do, so I'll do this in 1 minute. I take the 305, it's set to be eliminated. I think you could be more creative with these cuts, bring the 308 down through the 305. Your goal number 5 of Transit 2045 says you want to increase express service, but you've taken away the 210. You're thinking about taking away the 305. If you keep doing this, you're going to go against those goals of attracting ridership, connecting people to job centers. So I think there's a lot of needs and wants here, and they aren't being balanced properly. There's a lot of people who want shuttles and lots of great things. That sounds nice, but against people whose lives are being upended, whose lives are potentially being threatened by these cuts, that doesn't seem to pan out. So I do think you should take a second look at some of these asks from these cities who want shuttles and stuff. I don't think the kind people of Plano, the kind people in the rest of these cities would support that type of impact to their fellow citizens. Thank you.
Rexter Chambers, followed by Derek Hodge.
Excuse me. My name is Rexter Chambers.
I stand before you today not as a proud American public servant for both my nation and for this great American city, but as a daily user of the DART system. Specifically, this is regarding the proposed cuts to the bus lines for the 209. The proposed cuts and elimination of the 209 bus line will represent a significant loss for the city of Dallas and its residents. These routes serve as vital connectors for transit users traveling between Uptown, Knox-Henderson, SMU DART Station, and downtown, key areas that form the backbone of our city's economic and residential landscape. And as a daily commuter who depends on these lines, I can attest to their critical importance. These routes provide the only public transit service near my apartment, and their elimination would force me to walk over a mile to the nearest bus stop. Streetcars offer charm and appeal to tourists, but they are not a practical substitute for working commuters who need efficient, reliable transportation to reach their jobs. These neighborhoods are experiencing unprecedented population growth, and many new residents, including myself, do not own vehicles. Maintaining reliable and predictable bus service through one of the city's primary economic corridors is essential for continuing to attract talent and opportunities. A robust public transit network that offers multiple options, buses, streetcars, and ride-sharing services is fundamental to a thriving urban environment. It's important to recognize that the 209 line serves a diverse ridership, including many service workers who depend on these routes for their daily commute, which I can attest to. This is not merely a bus line serving an affluent area. It's a critical piece of infrastructure that supports working people throughout our community, all the way stretching from Love Field down to downtown and further beyond. I urge you to reconsider these proposed cuts and recognize the vital role that the 209 bus line plays in maintaining Dallas as an accessible and connected city for all residents, and I am against any proposed cuts for any lines that are being proposed across the board. Thank you.
Derek Hodge, followed by Mary Witherspoon.
Hello, my name is Derek Hodge, and I just wanted to let y'all know I don't want no parent transit. I mean, the red line train to change at all. All the buses in Plano to change at all, and people wants to travel there all the time, and I don't want it to change. Never. I want it to stay the same, so that other people do, and I feel like I'm just a little disappointed about trains changing and buses changing in Plano, and I'm so disappointed too, a little bit, and I don't want it to change. Don't want it to change at all, never. And I just don't want it to change at all, never. Period. Thank you.
Mary Witherspoon of Dallas. I live 4 miles west of here. I want to thank you for investing your time listening to our stories while we invest our time having a voice on this. As been said before, nobody chooses to be in the disability community. It happens to you. After 50 years of having full sight, I went down to 10 degrees range of vision. I lost my job. I was not a safe driver, so I sold my car. And then I learned about DART paratransit. And it was such a blessing to do basic things like go to the grocery store and go to the doctor. It is a basic need. Now, if I had been in a small community, I might have had Harry say, Mary, I'll take you to the doctor's office on Tuesday. Sally could have said, hey, Mary, I'll take you to church on Wednesday. Fred could say, Mary, I'll take you to the grocery store on Thursday. You are my community. You help take care of me. I thank you for that. I know there is a business reason for the plan that was developed. I hope you hear the fear in people's voices tonight to change that, because that plan is going to harm so many people, and there is no option for me that is economically viable to go to the doctor, to go to the grocery store, to go to church. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I appreciate it.
Brenda Gurmurthy.
Not bad. All right. Hi, my name is Brenda Gurmurthy, and I live in Dallas. As a North Oak Cliff resident, I use the 9 most frequently, but before that I used the 101 to get to work at Sunset High School. I moved to Dallas in 2018, and I've seen the ups and downs in service over the past 7 years. The long promised 15-minute frequencies for the 101 during peak hours were a game changer, and one reason I selected my current apartment was its proximity to the 9, a frequent bus line. Now, of course, thanks to Plano, Irving, and other cities demanding the General Mobility Fund, these frequencies are in question, are in jeopardy. DART riders come from many walks of life. Some ride by choice, and then some by circumstance. But regardless of where DART riders and the people here tonight come from, we've shown tremendous loyalty to DART. We've given you our money, we've given you our time. We've ridden the bus when it was 10 degrees outside and when it was 110 degrees outside. We've waited at bus stops for hours. Many folks on the board, I'm sure, don't know what it's like to have to change your shirt and your bra when you get to work because you sweat through them on the walk from the bus stop, but I've done that, and many workers do that too, and still we ride. All this to say, it would be a huge mistake to throw committed riders under the bus, no pun intended, and sacrifice us on the altar of city officials who are willing to sell out DART without a second thought about what their residents would say. Funding the 5% General Mobility Program is a gateway to the gradual defunding and dismantling of public transit in the 4th largest metro area in the United States. It's an embarrassment that anyone ever considered asking us, the riders, to sacrifice to make these politicians happy. As a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, I would like to congratulate y'all on finding one thing that communists, socialists, and Republicans alike all agree on, that these cuts are bad and not to do them. Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Evo Lineberry. I've lived in Dallas for my entire life. I'm a business owner, and I serve on the boards of the Trinity River Audubon Center and Green Space Dallas. Both of these organizations work towards furthering access to urban green spaces. I'm here asking that DART reconsider its proposal to eliminate the bus lines that make our city more connected. The 242 is the line that grants me access to all the roles I get to play in the city. This is the only line running through my neighborhood of Lake Highlands, and I'm here representing my fellow riders who can't be here because they're at work, taking care of their families and putting kids to bed. I'm a homeowner, and I specifically bought my house because of the proximity to this line. It is how I got here tonight. My hope is that public transportation can grow in its use throughout my neighborhood, contributing more revenue to DART's operations. But this can only happen if we continue to expand routes across the city. As an alternative to discontinuing the 242, I've made a very reasonable suggestion to DART staff that the line extend to include Walnut Hill Station in its route. It's a small change that can make a huge difference to increase ridership and better connect our neighborhood. I appreciate y'all's consideration and keep and extend the 242, along with all the other bus lines that so many rely on. Thank you.
Cameron Brown, followed by Matthew Aylman.
Hello, my name is Cameron Brown, and I'm a resident of Irving and work in Dallas. I want to start off and say I'm opposed to all the proposed changes. I live in a one-car household, and I've used DART for over 5 years and the TRE for over 2 years. In counting, I use all the services at some point to get to school, work, community events, or visiting friends. I've seen many things in my years of using the service. Students going to school, college, blue and white collar workers on their way to work, people on their way to doctor's appointments, or going to the VA center. We need higher frequency and more lines to connect the community, not a decrease. We need more go-link zones and bus lines They help people who don't have cars to get to their next train or bus. I have seen how important they are to so many people in DFW. Once heading home from work on TRE, I overheard a mother with her 2 children talking about how she used GoLink to help get to the station in the morning so she could take her kids to daycare and for her to go to work. An increase in fares and decrease in service will affect people all over the community. This is going to create problems for DART in the future and hurt the public right now. I'm moving in August, and my first thought was finding an apartment close to a DART station. I use DART for many reasons: to avoid traffic, so I could read instead of facing the pressure of all the driving, for paying for the parking spots in downtown. I also am a terrible driver and don't want people to experience that. It's better if I just use DART. It's better for the environment. And just as the last note, these changes are bad, and it would be bad for everybody. Thank you.
Radio Edelman, followed by Sonia Bolden.
Good evening. My name is Mateo Alleman. I'm a resident of the city of Dallas. I wanted to take a moment and thank you for taking the time to listen to riders and our feedback before you guys make decisions that impact all of us. I'm opposed to the proposed frequency reductions for the light rail TRE and the Silver Line. As someone who's fortunate to work on the light rail system, I take advantage of it regularly. I'm a daily rider. Riders and non-riders alike see the rail system in the DFW region as the core of this transportation system. The public expects a reasonable level of frequent service when they show up to a rail system. Riders who show up and there's not a train there will leave the system, and these riders won't come back. When an occasional rider shows up to a stop on a Saturday to try out and use DART, and they see the next wait for the next red line train is 30 minutes, they're going to remove DART from their list of options in terms of transportation. It will be an incredible waste of this infrastructure investment you've made in rail to see frequency reduced to 30 minutes during the weekends, 20 minutes on rush hours, and to an hour on the TRE and the Silver Line. The DART system is a great asset. It improves my quality of life for myself and for others around me. And public transit has influenced my decision to move to Dallas for work. Frequent service on the core routes, especially the rail system, should be considered essential, and I'm very concerned about how the usefulness of the DART system will decrease if the rail system frequencies are reduced. This is the time to find creative solutions to this problem, and reducing frequency and reducing service is not the answer. Thank you.
Sonia Bolden, followed by Betty Goody.
Okay, good evening, DART. My name is Sonia Bolden, and I work with Fresenius Kidney Care, Medical Care. We are the #1 dialysis center in North America. And a part of what we do is I help take care of sick patients, and these patients really rely on DART service. It is not a day or a week that doesn't go by that I'm constantly calling DART, setting up transportation, filing grievances, just all kinds of things to advocate. So when I found out about this, I was like, okay, I have to stand in solidarity for all the patients that are on dialysis. So basically, I mean, I had a whole script of what I wanted to say, and I'm like, but everything was already said tonight. We don't agree with the $6 increase, because that's, if you know about dialysis, that's 3 times a week. They miss one treatment, that person can die, literally die. And that's why I'm here tonight. We already have patients at the $3.50 who cannot afford the $3.50. So if we make it $6, I mean, we have patients who miss already dialysis because they can't afford the $3.50. So at $6, you can only imagine. We have 120 patients that we serve in our clinic, and out of the 120, over 50% use the DART service, probably 50 to 60%. So one of the things that we are going to propose is it possible that DART can consider use of Medicaid for those that are eligible for Medicaid? Is there a possibility that they can get billed or reimbursed for Medicaid services directly for rides? That is one of the things that we do propose. I just want to yield the rest of my time. I was able to get a petition with over 40 signatures that I just wanted to share. These are all the patients who couldn't make it tonight, but they are concerned about the cost going up. 2 pages. I also brought with me a patient advocate, Ms. Betty Goree, and I'm going to yield the rest of my time to her so that she can talk to you.
My voice carries. I don't have to get up in this microphone. Okay. I'm speaking for all of the dialysis patients, for all of the senior citizens that ride DART. Now, my husband first. My husband's been riding DART since January the 7th of 2002. And he got a letter from DART that kicked him off the bus like this. You have been certified as eligible for paratransit services on conditional basis until Saturday, June 17, 2028. I don't appreciate you all kicking my husband off the bus after he's accommodated y'all 25 years. He's never missed a dialysis treatment, not nothing that we did that was so wonderful, but through my Heavenly Father, he made sure he made it to dialysis. And I'm pretty sure some of y'all know my name. I probably cussed some of y'all out on the phone. And because things that y'all do are not correct. You all do what you want to do to please yourself. And that's not what God sent you there for. God sent you there for what it said. DART Paratransit. DART Paratransit is to help people who need help. Not when you want to do it or how you want to do it. So, with that being said, the other dialysis patients that need y'all, when you go to bed tonight, ask God to help you to do the right thing by these people that have been accommodating you for 20, 25 years. Don't cut off the hand that has fed you, and do not cut off your nose to spite your face. No cuts, no caps, no changes. Only thing you need to change is get somewhere and think about other people and change your mind.
That's right.
Yep. Frederick Frost, followed by Carlson Sharpless. Is there a Frederick Frost or not? Number 131? No. 132, Mr. Sharpless. That'd be it.
Hello, my name is Carlson Sharpless. I'm a resident of Dallas at an apartment just off of LBJ Central Station, and I'm here specifically to talk about the proposed cuts to frequency, particularly for the light rail and the commuter rail lines. For the light rail, I have had experience with the light rail during the time period where it had 30-minute frequencies in the evenings, and it was a very frustrating experience to come up to the station, realize you just missed something, and you have to wait half an hour in order to keep going. Now, that was something I could deal with for sure, but that was also something that was happening in the middle of the night, whereas with the proposed ones during the weekends, which is a time when I believe a lot of other people tend to ride DART more frequently, and because of that, having to wait 30 minutes in the heat of the day is a very unpleasant experience. And this is even more worse for the proposed changes to the TRE and the Silver Line, which will leave people stuck out in the Texas heat or cold for an hour. This is especially bad for the Silver Line, given that no one will have had a chance to ride it with a normal frequency, and thus they will be a lot less likely to have built it into their schedules in the first place. That ultimately, just in addition to all the changes that will happen to buses, which will have the same or perhaps even worse issues, the fact of the matter is that the proposed frequency changes are just too infrequent to be useful to a lot of people, and that will result in lower ridership and also just lower utilization of the system in general, since so many people use these as connections. And as one person who spoke here earlier eloquently put it, frequency is freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Karen, followed by Caden Martin.
Hello and thank you. The Dallas Metroplex is growing, not shrinking. I'm evidence of this. I've lived here over 2 years, and like so many others, I've come here for economic opportunity, for work. During this time, I've taken DART every day between Garland and Dallas, and I've grown to love it. I see not only how the service impacts me, but how critical it is for those who have no other option. We're really lucky to live in a growing world-class city, but keeping the city world-class is up to our leaders, it's up to you. Transit service cuts, while the population grows, is not a decision that a world-class city makes. A great transit agency does not abandon the people who need it most, your school children, the disabled, the elderly, and all of those who are simply unable to afford a car. A city planning to host the World Cup and international crowds should not reduce its transit service. Moving forward with the plan as proposed shows no empathy and no confidence in our growing community. Do not allow cuts when we need growth. Let DART continue to be a shining example of successful transit in the South. And all of you stand right now at a pivotal moment in DART's history. I believe you will all make the right choice to invest in these people behind me and to believe in the community you serve. Thank you.
Followed by Ariel Herrera, followed by Patrick Morgan.
Good evening, Chairman Schlagel and the rest of the DART board. I am a member of DATA and I'm here to oppose these service cuts. I have been a Richland student for the past 2 years and I paid for DART through the Higher Education Pass program, which meant I had to take a certain number of classes for my tuition to cover DART. I now attend the University of North Texas, which subsidizes DCTA through a $3.50 per credit hour fee, which is higher than the DART 3-hour pass. UTD has the highest bus route on DART, but that's still a contracted route. In the last legislative session, Matt Shaheen and various other members of this state government introduced bills to reduce funding for DART with a general mobility program at the state level. This board and myself helped kill Matt Shaheen's bill, and now his changes are up for a vote at your level. In 2002, Leela Palakai told the Grand Councilwoman that she owned Stitch, and that if the Grand Councilwoman took Stitch, she was stealing. The same context applies here. If you take funding from transit and cut service as a result to support Matt Shaheen's political agenda, you're stealing from taxpayers. Thank you.
Ariel Herrera, followed by Patrick Morgan.
Hello, my name is Al Herrera, part of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. DART is one of the main reasons why I've become a much more independent adult ever since I graduated high school last year. I'm now going into my sophomore year, so I oppose these service cuts because they deny people, the young children, the people who cannot drive, the disabled, and others the opportunity to travel independently to contribute to the prosperity of our city. So I think that DART should try to increase ridership by increasing route frequency, improving bus stops, and speeding up buses with transit priority. We should not be cutting routes or dramatically increasing the transit fare, because we know that from all the people here that they are the ones who need it most. I think that we should think about the potential that DART can offer to transport people to their colleges and sports games, concerts, work, school, musicals, and the countless other trips that people may want or need to make throughout the Metroplex. We should not be cutting DART's funding, so I oppose this GMP because it will cut DART's funding and will lead to lower ridership. And thank you.
Patrick Morgan, followed by Joshua McNair.
Hello, my name is Patrick, and I live in Dallas, North Dallas. I'm also a member of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance. I, like many of my peers, are here opposing the service cuts and frequency reductions. I just want to say, wow. Look at how many people showed up. Look at how many people were willing to take time out of their evening, time with their family, to come here and tell you how important this service is to their lives. And think about how many people who were not able to make it here due to the other obligations that they have. I hope all the city councils and state legislators who say DART's not important and DART's not providing a good service are listening. I hope the mayors and councils who've been talking about withdrawing from DART are listening. I hope they hear how impactful DART is today. I hope they see how even this 5% cut will cripple the system that already sometimes struggle to serve its sprawling 700 square mile service area. And maybe they can see what an economic driver DART can be in the future. And I just want to leave you with this one last thought. If this is the response you get with a potential 5% cut, what do you think will happen if there's a 25% cut, like was proposed at the state legislature? Thank you.
Yeah, what should I do?
Joshua McNair, followed by number 140. We'll get the name.
Yep. So I think I had just enough people before me to get this speech finished for the most part, about 5 hours or so. My name is Joshua McNair. I'm a coordinator for Sunrise Movement Dallas. As a paratransit user, I was initially going to speak on that, but after some reflection, I realized just how much damage the general mobility budget will do overall. Please do not pass this. I know HB 3187 was scary, but the people behind me today, as well as hundreds to thousands of others, banded together to stop it. We don't have to compromise with people like those who wanted to pass that bill. This budget is cutting essential services to poor and working class individuals across the country, to people like me who can't drive due to disabilities, to those who simply don't want to pay a fortune to own a car, and to those traveling from abroad. You do not have to kowtow to these politicians. We don't owe them a thing. They go behind our backs to pass their slimy bills. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. You give them a 5% cut, they'll keep whittling away until it's 100% cut. They represent a tiny but rich and vocal fraction of the population who simply don't want poor people even seeing their area of town, much less stepping foot there. As a certain former deputy mayor said, you're sending the trash up north with DART services. These people resent us. This frequency change, route reduction, and increase the fees will strain people who need it the most. DART is how I and hundreds of thousands of others have the ability to traverse the city. As I mentioned, epilepsy keeps me from being able to drive, and this is the only way I can get to work, to my loved ones, to activities around town. It is essential to our community and keeping Dallas together. We need these services as they are, and the ability to expand it to places that so desperately need it, like our people in South Dallas. Not our neighbors, our people, because they are as much a part of Dallas County as everyone else and deserve full access to transit. Climate disasters aren't coming, they're here, and it's now or never to do everything we can to prevent it getting worse, and public transit is crucial to this. Affordable, accessible transit should be a basic human right. Thank you.
Yeah. Could you please send the person number 140 and they can state his name, or she can, and we will make sure we have the name and a card. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paula Barbier. This is my husband, Don Barbier. He's propping me up. Okay.
Thank you.
Please save Parker Road Station, Plano, Texas. We are Paula and Don Barbier from McKinney, Texas. We are seniors on a fixed income. We love our $3 daytime pass. It fits our budget. I have multiple sclerosis, and my husband has a heart problem discovered 18 months ago. DART, the Parker Road Station. The station you're getting rid of has become a godsend, a major part of our lives. especially in the last year now. We are going to lose Parker Road Station. Please don't close the station. Parker Road Station is the northernmost station at the I-75 Plano, Texas. We drive 20 to 40 minutes south from McKinney, Texas to get to the Parker Road Station to catch the red or orange lines headed south. We did that tonight. Most of our major medical doctors are at UT Southwestern. We go there every month, if not several times a month. We use DART to get from Parker Road Station through downtown Dallas for business. We don't have to drive to UT Southwestern anymore, yay. It takes us almost 2 hours to drive one way to get to UT Southwestern from McKinney. My husband's heart condition limits our driving distance. He had 4 heart surgery ablations last 18 months and 4 overnight ER visits. I do all the distance driving. If I'm on DART, I'm gonna have to live through the stress of driving long distance in traffic, which is literally like sitting in a parking lot. We use Parker Road Station and DART to get to downtown Dallas on business. We've used DART from Parker Road Station to get to the State Fair of Texas. We also need to visit family in Fort Worth. We used to drive there. My mother is in a home in Fort Worth. We can no longer drive to Fort Worth from McKinney because it's too long a drive, it's too costly, it's too dangerous. Especially, oh, that's it, driving to McKinney, Texas at night. Okay, but we discovered the TRE. We love the TRE. Thank you. $3. We get to go back and forth all day. Thank you very much.
We're going to do the same thing with 141. If you would send that person forward, we'll have to get his name and get him to fill out a card afterwards. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Timothy Hubert. So this is my first time coming to one of these, and Dallas is like home for me now. I moved here from Atlanta, and I hadn't realized how much it is home for me until I've waited this long to speak. So I would say I appreciate you all's time. So I live in the West Dallas neighborhood. I love West Dallas. Like some of the other areas, not been impacted as much with some of the cuts, but both the 28 and the 106, both that I have to ride coming back, I work downtown, are being extended. So it's going to take, one is a delay getting to work, and then coming home for the 106 specifically, now it's an hour as opposed to, which is still in rush hour, which doesn't really make sense. So late coming in, and then now an extremely long way trying to get back. That area, West Dallas, has seen a lot of growth, a lot of building, a lot of communities. A lot of that community has been built out. So delaying service and cutting service in an area that is very popular and thriving right now doesn't make as much sense. I also noted that you're expanding shuttle service at Legacy West, 431, 432, and a possible 433. But then you're cutting like paratransit. I think paratransit and not raising cost for working class people, middle class, is probably a little bit more important than people being able to get to the Gucci store. Which I'm still I'm still trying to fully understand that. You're really, for people that are less likely to ride it in the first place. Someone mentioned earlier, and I'll be real quick, alluded to something that Martin Luther King said. Martin Luther King said that it's a cruel thing to tell a bootless man to pull himself up by his bootstraps. You all are not only telling bootless people to pull themselves up by bootstraps, but people that can't even wear boots. So, thank you for your time.
Terry Yarborough, followed by Joseph Miller.
Terry Yarborough, I was going to speak about the changes to DART tonight, but I think we've had enough people speak about that. And as I tally at this point, if we stopped the public speaking and just tallied it up at this point, it's been 100% of the people that's opposed to the changes, and I've not seen or heard anybody in the whole night, even one person, say that we need to put these changes in place. We need to hurt the poor people. We need to take away their services, take away their trips to the grocery store, trips to out of their food deserts and stuff. Not one person. So I think if people on the board are going to listen to anybody, or if anybody cares out there on this board, you would vote not to do these changes and to find somewhere else to do that. And in fact, the whole reason this thing was done was on the back of
just putting it up on YouTube later.
wealthy people that didn't want to pay
Boring
property
Dallas.
tax in Plano.
Boring
and that's not
Dallas.
the reason to cut services to these people. But an even more pressing concern has come up, and it's getting much worse, and that is about public safety. I'm taking my life in my hands every single time I get on a DART train. But there is never a police officer on the train, not one time out of 100. And there's so much crime on there. I see criminal activity every single day on there, 4 and 5 and 6 and 8 times. I'm getting nasty toxic poison put in my face multiple times every time I get on the DART train. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares if we don't have police officers there. We need a police officer on every single DART train in every single car. And those private duty security officers, let me tell you about those private duty security officers. They're not worth a penny. Every single penny DART has ever spent since day one on a private security guard is a total waste of taxpayers' money. We need extra certified peace officers in the state of Texas on every single train, every train platform, and probably on some of the buses and bus stops. I've had toxic poison put in my face till I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm sure plenty of other people on the trains and buses have too. We have got to get the crime under control. I'm seeing drug activity daily on those trains. I'm seeing all kinds of criminal activity right in front of my eyes, and DART doesn't do it. The thing about it, and the police officers don't enforce the law on there. Crime is number one.
All right, thanks. Joseph Miller, followed by Milsey Huang. But Joseph, go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, my name's Joseph Miller, and after waiting 5 hours, it's Miller time. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Texas, amongst others. And the DART rail system, that opened here in Dallas in January the 14th, 1996. I remember it well because I was on the first train that drew in to the CBD from the West End. So I've worked all my life in rail and transit all over the United States. And the proposals that are getting put forward are absolutely crazy. We worked our tail off, myself and hundreds, thousands maybe even, of designers, architects, engineers and tradesmen to build the system for Dallas. And we did a very, very good job. You know what you've achieved economically, housing, access to jobs, education, all that kind of thing. That's what came about. What you're proposing is going to kill the DART system. There's an advert on TV that you see the guy messing about with some dip, and his friend says to him, "Can you sleep? How do you sleep at night?" Well, that's the challenge I'm asking every single one of you. If you put that proposal forward, especially what you're going to do to the handicapped and disadvantaged people, I'm asking you, think about it, look in the mirror. How do you sleep at night? Thank you.
Thank you. James Huang.
I believe that's right.
Hello. Yeah, this is Mike Hong. I'm living in Irving, Texas. I've been in Dallas for about more than 30 years. And then I don't like write DART until my daughter introduced me to DART, which I love it. And it does, provide great service. And then I definitely oppose those changes. And it was devastating the people who have no choice, dependent on it. And for me, I have choice. Basically, you cut service, I cut DART. I don't take it anymore. I mean, if it doesn't make sense for me to take it, I won't take it anymore. So that's kind of, people think it's a marriage. It's very bad for that kind of marriage to do this. And then I feel like, cut service, special cut service, doesn't really do any good for DARTs. I would hope you can cut costs. Maybe,
That will call to the left.
To the left. Oh, thanks. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, since they're
ease away and get heart problems and
Sorry. I have 1 hour and 2 minutes left, I hope. Oh well. I can always switch to the other camera. 3 cameras deep and a lot of battery. So I will get this. I apologize for my bladder.
Can't believe this people showed up for me. Oh yeah. Oh my God.
I don't think so. I really do believe what someone said earlier, that blood money was the right term for this. People's lives are at stake to pay off people who don't want compromise. This is not their end goal. My sympathies for them left when I had to call my professor and tell them I had to miss class because I needed to go to Austin. I don't want to compromise with someone who fought tooth and nail to cut my day, to make it harder for me to get to school, to make it hard for my family to put a roof over my head and food on the table. All this is not compromise. This is a payoff. Please. And to the board member who is shopping for glasses right now, get the ones in the middle. The other ones will make you look like Mr. Slade. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gun Lee, followed by Gabriella Bragging.
Good evening. My name is Con Lee. I'm a resident of Carrollton. And unlike a lot of people that have spoken today, my day-to-day living, I don't have to take public transit. But I would like to take public transit, but I'm also a rational human being. So I do a mental calculation. How long does it take for DART versus driving? And then you kind of figure out, okay, I don't really like driving in the highway, but DART takes about 15 minutes more. But then I have to look for parking. So that kind of covers that time difference, and you can kind of rationalize it. Now, my tolerance for that kind of rationalization, that kind of time difference is higher than most. But, you know, when I explain that kind of stuff to them, I actually kind of convince people, hey, maybe trying DART is a good idea. That makes a lot of sense. It's not just an A to B distance type of thing. It's everything, right? But what happens when you say, oh, it's going to take 30 minutes more? It's going to take 40 minutes more. And that's exactly what the frequency reductions will do. And if you can convince people who are in the DART member area, and I know part of the attacks that came to this organization was that DART cannot expand service. How are you going to convince those cities that this is a good idea? And that's something that DART has to do to be able to come back in 2 years and convince the legislature, hey, do not cut our funding or any of that sort. So many hours ago, one of my friends said, frequency is freedom. I'm also going to say that frequency is survival. You need to have frequency to convince people that DART needs to be here. Thank you.
Gabriella Bruging.
You said it correctly, yes. Good evening. My name is Gabriella Bruging. I'm a Dallas resident and I work in social services. Thank you for providing this space and allowing us to be heard. I have utilized DART services since I was in 2nd grade. And I would ride the bus home from Brandenburg Elementary in Irving. I have a lot of great memories because of DART, and I want to thank all of you because the DART team are some of the best human beings that I know. They're always happy, they're helpful, they do their best to keep us safe, and I'm truly grateful. While I think that Dallas is an incredibly resilient community, I am truly concerned about the increase in fear for paratransit riders. The increase presents additional obstacles to their existence. I work with clients who utilize these services and are already struggling to make ends meet. To place more obstacles on their ability to exist and meet basic needs is not reflective of why this service exists in the first place. I ask that you please reconsider this proposed change. DART is one of the reasons why Dallas is such an amazing place to live, and one of the reasons why our community is so strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Walk.
Good evening. What I would like to address is the fact that the frequency of the buses is going to be extended to an hour on some of the buses. And you said that the ridership is down. We're not facing the fact of what has happened in this country. We're not having come over the fact of COVID. The United States lost 2 million people from COVID. And most of the people that you lost were working class people that took public transportation. The poorest people in this country was affected most by COVID. So that is where the ridership is down because of the death in this country. We need to face that fact. Then the other thing that I want to talk about with the frequency is the fact that you're going to bump up against the city of Dallas with the housing. Dallas has a lack of affordable housing. And within their housing program, you have to have certain things within their program. It's called the Notice of Funding Availability. And in the fundability, it's called Equity Strategy Target Areas. And in this policy goal, it's called, there has to be certain availability of free high frequency public transit. Otherwise, the developers will not get the funding to have public affordable housing in this country, in the city of Dallas. And there's key issues that have to be in the package in order to get affordable housing. And there's points. There's 14 points that have to be to the developers. And the proximity to public transportation is one of them. And it shows whether the project is within 1/4 of a mile or a half of a mile of high frequency transit stops. 1 hour is not a high frequency stop. Also, it has to be proximity to grocery stores or drugstores. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would please stand number 150 up and state your name, and we'll get a card from you. Please.
Hello, my name is Maurice Montgomery. Thank you for your time. Thank you. I understand, from my understanding, everyone here is a volunteer, so thank you for your service. So I like to look at things from a macroeconomics point of view. I'm working in the project management field, and I understand everything has a cost, but I also understand in order for us to be successful, we have to share a lot of these costs. So we've heard about the pros and the cons, how it'll increase traffic, or it's good for traffic to have good public transit, how it's good for the environment, it's good for accessibility. Socioeconomically, it's good for our health. Mentally, I use it because I just hate driving in traffic, and Texas traffic is really bad. So I kind of look at public transit almost like libraries. It's a lifeline of a society. It's a way that everyone has access to a resource that we honestly should all have access to, right? So I wanted to give some solutions. I'm a policy major. I wanted to offer some solutions based on what I know. I think this is the perfect time to be creative. I understand that we have to cut costs. You may have to cut costs. From my understanding, it's already been passed in March, the 5%. So right now, it's just trying to figure out where it's going to come from. I think we got to be creative. I think we have to optimize. We need to use AI. Going back to school for data science, and I think this is a great time for DART and the city to start using AI and start using machine learning to optimize the routes. The Go app is a great place to start. You collect a lot of data off there, I'm sure. That's a great place to start. Take down some of the costs. I think you can cut some things, review your contracts, make them longer term. I think be creative, and by being creative, doing your jobs as politicians, making these deals, I think we can do a good job together.
Thank you. My name is Lou. Maybe that's incorrect. I have 153. What number are you, sir?
I'm 151, Jake Cadoli.
Okay, we'll need to get a card.
So I'm addressing this to any advocates of Dallas's economy. I don't know if y'all answered more to the suburbs. This would make a lot of sense if you did, but I'm surprised by the way you're handling this if you advocate for Dallas. I want to, as someone with private equity, real estate experience for 15 years, just want to point out some basics. So high income units, we're losing those to the suburbs already. Oak Cliff and the Cedars is some of the first places I've ever built where urban infill demand was lost because of the city being regressive south of 30. 80% of our buyers pretty much left their units within 3 years, and they were all in-migration buyers moving from maybe places where they're used to, more traditional cities. Transit-oriented mixed-use developments, obviously great for the economy. They're fueled by expansion of transit, not a contraction. People, landlord buyers, developers, they use news of expansion for marketing. What do you think they're going to do with this? No one's going to be bullish on Dallas when you're approaching situations like this with the solution of letting the suburbs roll over us. People from the north aren't coming here just to hang out with people from the north. It's just common sense. Traffic, people will tell you, transit helps traffic. It gives people options. Right now, if traffic gets worse, where are they going to go? Again, up north. And last thing, maybe this is less obvious, high income buyers don't want segregation. They want to mix. You can look at East Dallas, you can look at Oak Cliff. People love being next to HUD housing. They don't like being next to like McMansions or rundown apartment buildings. You want a mix of income levels. And so I guess the point of all this is I want to approach this a little bit amorally just from an economic perspective, because you've heard the moral arguments. I'm sure cities up north are thanking you, but I'm asking, who are you advocating for? Because this is completely serving their interests. And if the idea is you roll over every time there's opposition, then Dallas has no advocates. Thank you.
Tony Smoot would be the next speaker.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Tony Smoot and I reside in the West Plano area. Firstly, I do want to say thank you for the services that are currently active, and I ask that you do not remove them at the rate that you are proposing. These changes will remove direct access from the West Plano Legacy area to the DART rail line in East Plano, which is detrimental and harmful to the community. West Plano area has experienced large-scale expansion and innovation with the buildings of the headquarters and Legacy West areas. Whole families and communities have moved to the area to live, work, and develop it. I've witnessed DART take amazing strides in providing more bus lines and access than I've ever seen in the last 15 years. And I do not want to witness us revert back to the difficulty of even navigating the city, let alone the monstrosity that is the DFW Metroplex. I am asking that you continue the 234 or 254 bus line that goes directly to the rail line, connecting us to the hub of everything. What's already a 20-minute drive is almost an hour by bus alone. So if you remove the line, then you want us to be stranded and complaining, and we're gonna have to come back here. We built the Silver Line only to remove access. We're building the Silver Line to go to the airport. So you want 1,000 people, they luggage, they kids, they dogs, then the luggage they forgot to be stuck on a rail line. I don't know if y'all have been, I don't know how long it's been. I don't wanna go ahead and say y'all don't do it, but we've already been having difficulty in rail lines being delayed, and the way it gets packed on the train is bananas. You're bringing another trail line to run it once an hour, that's bananas. And that's all I have to say. I watched us take steps forward. I didn't know about all this Austin on y'all back, but if y'all let Plano believe y'all, what the state gonna do? And that's all I got to say. Thank you again.
Thank you. Regina, I have Regina Smoot as the next speaker. Yes.
Hello, my name is Regina Smoot Jackson. I am originally from St. Louis, Missouri. I moved here to Plano and I felt like I was in heaven. I didn't even know the city existed, it was absolutely beautiful. It didn't have trees, and that scared me a little bit because I was like, oh, we're not going to be able to breathe. It's kind of weird. Now they got trees. But what was most shocking is the limitation on the public transportation. I'm here to tell you that if you don't do anything else, you need public transportation to reach everywhere in America. So I thought that Texas was, everything is bigger in Texas, but it's not, because you got limitations on your transportation. You need to be able to reach and stretch. And I would suggest that when you go to the round table and think about where all the buses are gonna go, start with the major streets. For example, Preston, make sure it goes from one end of Preston to the other. If you do all the major streets, they'll connect and it'll help people to kind of get to where they're going, because you're accommodating all the major streets and it's covering the streets in between. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney and Hunter.
Hey y'all. Good evening. My name is Courtney and I live car-free in downtown. I have no desire to own a car or to drive. And I would intend to keep DART as my primary form of transportation. DFW is one of the deadliest places to drive, and there is a growing demand for public transit. However, one of the biggest hurdles for increasing ridership is the lack of convenience. For example, if I want to go to Fort Worth for a concert, the TRE isn't even an option because it doesn't run past the time the concert ends. If we want to increase ridership and even decrease drunk driving deaths, we need to extend service to 3 a.m. at least on weekends. Cutting routes and frequency will only reverse the progress we've made since the pandemic. The population in DFW will only continue to grow exponentially in times like this with talk of war or tariffs. We need transportation freedom that is sustainable and affordable regardless of the cost of oil. I want to respectfully challenge you to push back on the cities that are struggling with their budget and spend the next 2 years proving the value DART brings to the entire Metroplex. I believe we can increase ridership and support, especially with the completion of the Silver Line and FIFA coming next year. And I hope that tonight has been evidence as to how much people will show up and stay late to just give their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ram Sendar.
Good evening, and thank you, board members. My name is Shamsundar Ganeshram, and I live in Frisco, Texas, 75035. I'm speaking in opposition to the 5% service and funding cuts. This would affect me by potentially cutting routes 234 and 254, making it much harder for me to get to Dallas from Frisco, from North Plano. However, this is nowhere near the most important reason of how eliminating bus routes would affect commuters. First, paratransit and GoLink may potentially be cut. This would drastically make it harder for disabled people to commute, especially those in wheelchairs. Their trip either becomes longer or virtually impossible. Second, just in Plano, routes 234 and 254, the only routes that entirely stretch across North Plano, would potentially be cut. These two routes have over 720 riders per weekday combined, and you're cutting them. You're taking off higher capacity, more environmentally friendly CNG buses and replacing them with about 700 or more gasoline cars on Parker and Legacy. Traffic is already bad there. Commuting is already bad there. GoLink is already sort of struggling with its current capacity. And you're wanting over 700 more people per day in their own cars on the roads to make their commute longer, to leave a much larger environmental footprint, and have people need to wait much longer, commute for longer, potentially miss their entire GoLink trip because they arrived at the wrong pickup location, and on top of that, pay more. This would also make people struggle to not be able to get to work, to the doctor's office, to their friends, to their family, or grab food or groceries. I've also heard from some member cities looking to replace DART with on-demand service. This is not viable at all. For the same reason, we don't need 234 or 254 or any bus route eliminated. It puts more cars on the road, causing more congestion. It makes people wait longer, it takes longer, and it's extremely inconvenient. it doesn't matter if people share the same going vehicle. With the car ban, it will never come anywhere close to the capacity of a bus or train. Voters approved DART. Everyone approved the funding as a permanent mechanism for DART. Voters rejected pull-up.
Thank you. Untitled Colorado.
Good evening. Thank you for waiting. My name is Hexel Colorado. I'm a Dallas resident, and well, you know where I stand. If we were all there in Austin, we saw, and I understand, I sympathize with why you're considering this 5% GMP, but you guys must know by now that it will not protect you in the next legislative session. And we know this because when back in Austin, Representative Shaheen knew about this 5% proposal, and he said, quote, "It does not fix this solution long term, it is a temporary offer," end quote. And if you think passing this compromise will change its tune, you would still be wrong. Because 3 years ago, this board allocated $234 million back to member cities. Yet this year in Austin, nobody mentioned that. And this 5% cut, $234 million got you no favors from Plano and Irving, and this 5% cut will only do harm. If you're worried about Plano exiting, when the question was posed point blank to Mayor John Munns of Plano, he had a lot of things to say about DART, but one thing he did say is, quote, "In 2026, we have the ability to withdraw, but that is not our intent," end quote. In 3 hours of testimony, not once was Plano exit threatened. So if you pass this cut, no one will remember why you did it. In the next legislative session, your allies and your opponents alike will only remember that you chose to hurt hundreds of thousands of loyal riders. You chose to cut routes and reduce frequency the same year as the World Cup and the Silver Line opening. You chose to eliminate microtransit in South Dallas and paratransit for 70% of riders with disabilities. If you want protection from the state, it will not come from appeasing a handful of state politicians. It'll come from the people here who have spoken to you today. Thank you.
All right, James Church.
Hello, my name is James Truitt. I live right next to White Rock Lake. And I think one thing that some have brought up already is World Cup is gonna happen soon around here. And I mean, the world's eyes are gonna be on us, and we're cutting one of the most amazing things that Dallas has to offer. Or, well, we're proposing to cut it. And I mean, that just seems like a very bad idea to me. Public transit throughout the world is just seen as like a very normal thing. Like, it's strange to go somewhere that's considered a well-developed country and just have to be in a car everywhere you go. Like, it should be normal for me to go anywhere in Dallas and be able to take a train or a bus wherever I need to go. I shouldn't have to have a car. I shouldn't have to, I don't know, walk out in the 100-degree weather over here. And we need to do, if anything, we need to be expanding DART's access to anyone
so there's
who
the
could
guy
be
from
here.
179, he wanted somebody to read.
And during the World Cup, I worry that a lot of people are gonna come here and they're just gonna be like, wow, look at Dallas. We're the laughing stock of the world in public transit because we can't get where we need to go. That'd be a real disappointing thing for potentially billions of eyes to be on us. And right then and there, we don't have the funding we need to provide them the ridership that they need. There are a lot of vulnerable people here tonight who've already stated a lot of more arguments against that. But I think, I don't know, I don't want people thinking about Dallas and laughing at us, so at least think of that too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charles Balcom. I'm a Carfree resident of downtown Dallas, and I'm here to state my opposition to extensive dark service to fund the aforementioned 5% general mobility program. I'm specifically against reductions in service to TRE, which I use to commute to work, light rail, buses. I'm against the removal of go-link zones, especially in communities such as South Dallas. And I'm especially against dramatic increases in fares on paratransit services, which will force already vulnerable people to make life or death decisions. As 161 people have said or have wanted to stay and had to leave in front of me, cutting DART funding now will not make service better, it will not improve quality of life in Dallas or the surrounding cities, and it will not stop cities like Plano and Irving from doing the exact same thing in the future. I wanted to emphasize a point that was made earlier. This is the first piece of legislation I've ever seen that's so bad that communists and Republicans have agreed. The person who said that earlier is still in the audience, but it's still something I think should be mentioned because in a day where bipartisanship is so rare, it's definitely an interesting thing. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of problems with DART, but I think the last thing we need is reduce critical service in vulnerable communities to fund empty services in affluent ones. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Amit Banerjee. I'm a Collin County resident, and I want to thank you all for with your resilience and staying up, hearing, and authentically listening to all the people that have come on a day like this. Because on a day like this, I support DART. On a day like today, I oppose the proposed service changes. On a day like today, July 8th, 2025, DART kept me dry from the pouring rain. On a day like today, the 8th of July, DART got me to work from Plano via Express 308 and got me to all my offsite meetings today via the red and blue lines on time. On a day like today, but a little more like a day in 2019, DART kept me connected to my city after I had a seizure and couldn't operate a vehicle for 3 months. On a day like today, but a little more Irish, DART got so many people to the Dallas St. Patrick's Day Parade where I actually met my girlfriend. On a day like today, I know that decreases in rail frequency actually make it harder to get bus transfers. On a day like today, I recognize that when it's post 7 p.m. and it's a little darker, you might feel a little more unsafe waiting for a bus that's taking longer to get there. On a day like today, surrounded by hundreds of regular people and likely voters that are wanting expansions to DART, not cuts, who want more DART, not less, DART remains the anchor for why people choose DFW as a place to live and work. On a day like today, faithful to the idea that good people in good positions of power will do good works, DART is at risk of putting everyone from Collin County to Ellis County. And on a day like today, optimistic about the DART board's decision, I oppose the proposed general mobility plan implementation. On a day like today, trusting you, I proudly support DART. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and good night. My name is Jacob Tabb, and I am a Dallas resident. I ride the TRE every so often when I get the chance to go to work. I enjoy it. It helps other drivers on the roads because it takes me off the road and reduces congestion. But I will be okay if frequency is reduced, which is what these changes would put forward. However, as evidenced by tonight, there are hundreds, if not thousands of other people that would not be okay if these changes go forward. They could lose their paratransit, their freedom. They could lose access to dialysis, medical care, access to hospitals. Their livelihoods are threatened, and they've expressed that tonight. All I would ask is that when you go home tonight, you think, what if you lost your transit access? What if suddenly tomorrow you didn't have access to your vehicles or whatever other forms of transit you use? What if you didn't have a backup option? For these reasons, I strongly encourage you to not go forward with these transit cuts and reductions and price increases and other elements of the GMP. Thank you.
last name is Schecht. And I'm a resident of Irving, Texas. I've lived in Irving since I was 3 years old, but I did live in New York City for 8 years. I also lived in Chicago for 8 years. Those were considered very expensive cities to live in. For me, it was a wonderful financial break because I did not have to have a car. I left my car at my parents' house in Irving. I had 2 children within 2 years. By the time they were 1 and 2 years old, I was a single parent. And I want to say tonight, our country has 2 major crises. One is that families do not have time. They don't have time for their families. And a lot of our youth are showing the effects of that. The other thing is that we have a high rate of inflation that's getting higher all the time, and DART is not helping it at this time. It's not DART's first, it's not DART's fault. DART has done miraculous things within 40 years that it's been in existence. How many cities have been able to implement 4 light rail lines from scratch, plus all the other services that DART provides? They need more. The whole country needs more. We need to stop the traffic coming in that is so expensive for our cities. Also, I'd like to emphasize that 90+% of our population in the United States is low income people. 50% of those are single parents, and they need help. They are doing the best they can. They support everything within their system. They build things in construction. They maintain our buildings. Our Chamber of Commerce, through the second referendum election, or previous to that, they did a survey of the large corporations in Irving and asked them if they wanted to keep DART in the system. They overwhelmingly said yes. Some of them were having to hire private transit services to pick up their employees. And at that time, our Irving Chamber of Commerce got behind got behind DART to keep it in Irving. We voted for the establishment of DART. Number 2, we voted for the first referendum for DART. Number 3, we voted for the second referendum for DART. So the residents have spoken over and over and over. And it is this play between the suburbs and Dallas that is creating what's happening at this time. Thank you for your attention. And thank everybody that showed up.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Good evening, almost good night, but I'm here today not only as a paratransit user, but also as a hospital social worker working with vulnerable patients who rely on transportation services for life-saving care. My prayer is that our words, I know it's been a long night, but that our words are not falling on deaf ears, but that you hear with an open mind and an open heart to all that has been shared. I live in Dallas because of DART. That's why I chose Dallas, and I chose to remain in Dallas. We thought about moving a year ago because of the accessibility with transportation. And I lived in various parts of the country and used paratransit services, and DART, I love DART. And as a user of the Uber pilot program, for the first time when I started using that, I no longer had to wait an hour to drop my kids off from school and then have to wait an hour for a paratransit to pick me up. Now I can use that service where I take my children to school, then I go to work, and I'm able to be a more contributing member of society and just being able to do the things that I need to do. So the services, if we were to cut those services, I mean, I use paratransit 4 times a day, so that would take me up to $600 in a month's time, which is quite a bit. But I just wanted to say that, you know, I thought of the movie, if you build it, they will come. And if you tear it down, then we lose ridership. And so I just want to echo that is what everyone shared. Paratransit or transportation in general, it's not a luxury, it's a lifeline. And at any time, it's not a matter of if, but it's when. When will you be on the other side of this desk, on the other side of this podium? Whether it impacts you or a family member or a child or a parent, we all are getting older and we all have different needs. And I just pray that you hear these things and heed them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, members of the DART, also for the crowd in the hearing. Thank you all for coming. I'm a student from the Dallas College, and I'd like to speak on behalf of the people, not only from my college, but from everybody present here. My discomfort and overall just not being happy, really sad about it, the change of frequency that is going to be on the routes, personally me affecting the Route 47, which to be honest is practically godsend route for me, since it takes me from my home to my work and all here from college, and I basically take all the 3 routes, being the bus, GO Links, and train. I use all 3 of them to transport me around the Dallas district. And another thing about it was also regarding the frequency as well, along with the GoPass apps, the inconsistency of the information provided by them, being saying that show's supposed to come maybe at like 1 p.m. but it ends up showing that 15, 20 minutes later. Sometimes it happens to me like a whole hour later than the time being said. I would really appreciate it if we could get, I don't know, people, somebody, technicians working on the app to have a more accurate time regarding the transportation of that. It would help me a lot because I have been late to classes, late to work, and it all around just help me, not only me, but all the people here from Dallas. If that got be able to be fixed. Also with the fare cap increase that was increased around $30, I believe, in March, and now having a new increase to the fares in little less than a year is just crazy, to be honest. And although Dallas does provide a student pass for me, there are times in vacation that I still need to work, even though I won't attend college, that I will still need to pay for those times. So if you call just reconsider this, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Ray, and I live in South Oak Cliff, 75232. I come to you tonight not on my own behalf, but for my neighbor, a woman whose name I regrettably do not even know, but I see her struggle daily. She walks rain or shine from the bus stop to her job next door as a home healthcare worker. She wears scrubs, she carries heavy bags, and she moves with the kind of tired grace that she says that she has done this many times before. She is the reason I'm speaking out against the proposed DART fare increases and route changes. Let me be clear, these changes do not impact my life at all. I have no reason to be here. I have reliable transportation, and I'm privileged enough not to have to take the bus to work, to school, to even drop off children. But I live in a community where many do, and I love the community in which I live. I am speaking because the people affected most by these changes are the ones who have the least to say. They are the workers who keep the city running. caring for the sick, cleaning offices, cooking meals, watching children. They are already navigating long commutes, unreliable schedules, and limited service areas, increasing the cost of transit and rerouting access away from the places they live and work add insult to injury. These changes do not shift routes, they shift lives. They widen the gap between those who can afford comfort and those who are just trying to survive. We cannot allow public transportation, something that should be a bridge towards equality, to become another barrier. So no, I am not here for me. I am here for my neighbor and for everyone like her. I urge you all to reconsider this proposition, not because they affect my convenience, but they affect people's livelihoods. Thank you.
My name is Hakan, and I'm a lifelong Dallas citizen. Like thousands of other working Texans, I ride DART to get to my job and my family. Today, I speak as a taxpayer and a proud member of the Texas chapter of the American Communist Party. These cuts aren't just policy, they are deliberate class warfare. Money interests and bankers using transit as another method of war against the working families behind me. $42 million stolen from buses to fund private Uber rides for the wealthiest neighborhood in Texas. They're doubling transit fees for the elderly. That is not austerity, that's theft. But should we beg thieves to be fair? No. Asking for more money from the city might get us a short-term win, but what about next time they do the same tactic against us? We're here because we know the truth that working people built the city. We're not just passive consumers or voting constituents. We are the Dallas people, and together we have agency and power. So how do we together make the city feel that we mean business? We organize transit defense committees in every neighborhood. Map out who's stranded, mobilize church vans, union halls, and your neighbor's pickup truck. We'll get each other to work. Not one disabled rider should be paying $6 for paratransit. Not one. We occupy every DART meeting until they pull back on these cuts. Bring your folding chairs and your children. This is our house. Look, we're not arguing for a perfect world. In the real world, people solve their own problems and don't rely on begging city officials for change. Local leadership is either working for you or against you. And who do you think this leadership is working for? These are our buses, our lines, our city. I'm from the American Communist Party. The working people have spoken. Let's connect after this meeting and start resolving our problems.
Thank you. Mary Lucas?
Good evening, my name is Mary Lucas. I am a resident of Dallas County. I am here on others' behalf. Thanks to, I believe it's Ms. Krause, I attend Concord in Dallas Church, and it was brought up at a point that you all were having this hearing, and it really hit my heart. I am not personally going to be affected by this proposal. I'm against it. I am a nurse case manager for those that are vulnerable, those that are using that paratransit. I make home visits. I'm helping them coordinate their biggest barrier, which is transportation, access to life, to their health. And I have seen in the last couple of years how that paratransit has really opened up their opportunities in their livelihood. And taking that lifeline away is going to be devastating. I can't even imagine, I have numerous stories about that. I'm also coming as a nurse who used to wake up using the transportation system, but in St. Louis. Lived there for 17 years. I'm a single mom of 5 kids. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, got them together, left at 3:34 time to walk 2 to 3 miles down the line to take a bus. From that bus, I took to the rail line. From the rail, then I took it to my shift. I got there about 6:45. I had to walk again about a mile or two. I did that for 4 years. That was a huge, it was a lot, but it was also such a relief that I had something to rely on. And when I looked to move down here, that's what I looked for, was DART. DART was a support. Unfortunately, I did not need to use it, but I knew that it was there. So I knew no cuts, please do not decrease, and thank you.
Thank you. Women,
Oh, let's see, Wayman Young from Northwest Dallas. I live over there by the Love Field Airport. We're about 15 minutes away from midnight here, so good morning, I guess. I guess the rare unicorn of somebody who actually supports this plan is not going to show up for this meeting. I'm just going to tell you my personal story of I got here today around 5 p.m. I left my house, walked 2 miles over to the rail station at Bachman Station, rode all the way down here, and for some strange reason I couldn't get out of the doors when it stopped at the A-Cart station. It actually dropped me off three stations down, and so I had to walk through the pouring rain, and I've got soaking socks here and kind of freezing. To basically tell you that I'm against this plan as well. I've had a love-hate relationship with DART. I used it in high school. I was a 51 Walnut Hill. I would go to downtown Dallas, and it helped me when I was studying for SAT courses. I've used it off and on when I try to go to jury duty. And I guess basically what I'm trying to say here is that one of the things that hasn't been considered is this could be the breakdown of law and order if you get rid of this and get rid of the frequency of the routes. Dallas already has a poor attendance record when it comes to jury duty, and this would just make it non-existent. Then on top of that, you have to people talk about the traffic, but it's the quality of traffic that will go downhill. You have people right now who, when they don't have access to proper transit, they are they're driving cars on anti-seizure medication, they're driving cars with suspended licenses, they're driving junky cars. And so when you cut this, or when you cut the frequency, you're going to get an increase of that bad quality traffic. You're going to get people with cars that are basically falling apart, people who have no business driving, and that's what you're going to see an increase of if you go through with this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a North Texas resident. North Texas native, current Princeton, Texas resident.
The train still
My
running?
daughter and I traveled an hour and a half to make it. A little bit of background, I rode DART majority of my life. DART was a saving grace for me. I would not be who I am if it had not been for DART getting me to and from.
No, it's right here. So just kind of wave your hand in the air.
A little bit, yeah.
That's
that last one? Okay.
I mean, you're still running. Kind of wave your hand up a little bit.
Okay.
These doors.